And we're live. Probably be a good idea to unmute everybody when
No.
Oh.
Hey, I'm not the
Okay, we don't need to talk. You can
That's
just talk
your own
for us.
personal bad decision, Rogen, not ours.
I know. Oh, hey, Fox, can you give me a an owl token?
I can, yes.
Because that's what my familiar is.
I can absolutely do that.
Like I was gonna do a raven, but then it'd just be too apropos. And ravens don't get flyby, so.
True. and flyby, especially for a familiar, is an amazing ability.
Dude, it's the best, dude. Why would you take anything that didn't have flyby? Like the only other acceptable options are if you can get an imp or a fucking pseudo dragon.
You mean I'm not supposed to inscribe exploding runes on it and have it fly directly into the enemy?
I mean, you can.
You can.
That's a choice.
That's why you use an imp or something that's fire immune.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you had a fire imp, I would totally fucking do that.
It's like, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, and you know what? There's nothing in the rules that specifically states that a familiar cannot attune to magical items. So if you have something that gives it fire immunity or at least resistance, have at it.
I mean,
Okay, you should have control of that owl token now.
Yay, thank you.
So welcome everyone. How's everyone doing? It feels like we haven't seen each other in ages, aside from this most recent Monday. But it's only been like, what, 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
about, yeah.
Well, for
Feels
some
like
of us,
forever.
others of us saw each other just yesterday.
It's true. So how's everyone doing?
My brain is having a hard time braining because I am doing quality assurance testing for something that wants to have a Black Friday release date.
Ooh.
So,
That's always
Have
good.
you tried
right?
just saying no?
I would, but I like having a job.
That's fair.
I feel you on the brain thing. My brain is kind of mush right now as well after compressing a month's worth of adventure planning into like a week. So if I stumble over myself and slur my words, it's not because I'm drunk, it's because I'm tired.
And we'll take full advantage of it.
Why not both?
I also
not
can't
both?
brain today, but it works because I have a stupid character.
See, that's not fair. I don't have a stupid character.
I'm
Can I just reduce my wizard's int to 9 so I don't have to think about anything?
Sure.
my brain
See how that
is
works.
my brain is a little frazzled from work, but I am good because we had homemade chicken soup or homemade turkey soup.
Ooh,
Nice.
I am super jealous.
So I will be having that for the next like 3 or 4 days for lunch because there is a ton of it.
Hell yeah,
Very
man.
nice.
I'm going turkey shopping on the weekend.
Oh, right. You guys have your... I always forget that your turkey
Treason Day.
is...
Treason Day. Well, yeah, I'm gonna be home playing video games on Treason Day. That's my Treason Day.
So real quick before we get started, did anybody tune in to any of the Roll20 Con stuff that
No.
has been going on for the last few days?
Wait, there's the Roll20 Con going on right now?
It's over now, but there was.
Oh, dude, I didn't get an email. What the hell?
I did
They
not.
had some really awesome announcements and features come out during the few days that it was going on.
Boo. I normally get emails for that. That sucks.
One of the things that I had no idea they were working on that I think is really cool and is available now on the dev servers is isometric and dimetric grids
Really?
for maps. I didn't know how it was possible in Roll20, but they managed to do it. I
Wait.
saw some pictures and some video.
Does that mean we're going to be able to get altitude and stuff?
Yes,
Yeah.
God.
it looks real good.
Yes, Virgin, you can suspend a dragon above the skybox now.
Good.
Well, my thing is like
Everything's in the skybox now.
if you're gonna do the ice, I have to look and see how that's done, because I'm like I want to know if they have a recommended map maker for that, or people to work with, because my biggest issue with Roll20 when it comes to maps is I get a map and then I try to put it in Roll20, and then I have to spend the next 2 hours trying to figure out exactly how big I need to make my page so the lines match up with the actual grid, so your tokens aren't skewed.
That's actually another thing that they talked about. They're calling it logical image placement. It's a system that they've released. It's not fully functional yet, but over time it will be. And it's basically a system that looks at the image that you're dropping into Roll20 and figures out what it's supposed to be and resizes it and shapes it accordingly.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's something that's going to evolve over time, but eventually it's going to take away the need to resize and reshape every bloody thing that we drop into Roll20, which is great.
Thank goodness. It's like, I mean, even if I have to resize a token, it initially marks as medium to like whatever its actual size is, that's still better, than I drop a token in and it's automatically, beyond gargantuan. It's like I don't think my players want to fight that thing.
Yeah, they've done a lot of cool stuff with the tools that are in Roll20 right now, as well as like the page ordering and stuff. When you create a new page, it no longer defaults to the end of the list. You can place it anywhere in the page list.
Thank God. That's such a pain in the butt, especially if you have like a long running campaign or something with a lot of maps, and you're just like, I gotta scroll through the freaking maps. And then the thing is about that is the kicker is, as you scroll through the map tab, for anyone that actually does DMing in Roll20, it pseudo parses that information. So it's like you sometimes get like a slow scroll or a lag, especially if you have more than 2 or 3 lines of maps.
Yep.
It's not fun.
And before the end of the year, we'll have the ability to lock tokens in place. So no more accidental clicking and dragging things all over the map when you don't mean to. So a lot of good stuff that they talked about. If anyone has the time and is interested, I highly encourage you to go look at I think the Roll20 blog stuff is where they posted all the information about it. Lots of exciting things.
Check that out.
So I guess speaking of Roll20 and playing games, welcome everyone to part 1 of part 3 of Sonata. I'm really excited to get into this one. There's a lot of things going on, a lot of stuff coming together, a lot of history potentially being revealed in Sonata 3. So why don't we just go ahead and get started with a bit of a for everyone. As soon as Sirenscape cooperates with me.
Make sure I'm not muted.
Of course, right now is when it had to break. There we go.
It's Sirenscape. Of course it does.
Yeah. So we are starting on the 6th day of Torsen. The cold wind blows through the air. It's been 6 weeks since your departure from the hellish winterscape that Eugene had sent you to. You'd successfully removed the Shadow's taint from the strange dragon that resided within the mountain there. After handing the dragon's egg and a curious sword over to the Archfey Alcius, You joined together as her forest burned on the horizon to be transported to your original destination, the pride of this continent's engineers and arcanists alike, capital city of Calmira. Many of you went your separate ways after entering the capital, taking the time to resupply, to rest, to brood, to otherwise dwell on the events you just endured, and to take care of whatever business had seen you heading in this direction originally. While here, you also had the opportunity to enjoy the bounty of a week-long High Harvesttide festival. A festival that happens during the second week of the first month of a new year. The turning of the year means that it is now 1586, and the cool wind of autumn has begun to set in. 3 weeks ago, many of you awoke in your respective places of slumber to find a small red envelope had been placed next to you. Inside of it, a summons to the Cannondella Tavern that evening. After everyone arrived and reunited and dug into the meal and drink that they had prepared for you, the archfey that had summoned you made her presence known. Learning that Kage had not yet relayed her message and desire to you, have you assist her in rebuilding the Caldera Lyceum, she explained the situation to you herself. Though your assistance would prove to be a difficult thing to acquire, as Forge made it quite clear that his intention was to seek out Eugene, with hope of rescuing his dear friend Snowdrop. The decision was made, after speaking with the Arcanist Antia Venethan, that Durden, Kage, and Perseus would accompany Forge on his quest, which just happened to run parallel to Antia's. And Ray, Adrian, and Popper would go with Alcius. Not wanting to leave Forge's group short-handed, Alcius enlisted the help of 2 additional people, which she now brings with her to the very same table, in the very same tavern, within which she has once again gathered each of you. She claps her hands together, speaks loud enough to immediately grab your attention, and she motions to either side of her. These are your new traveling companions. They're both quite capable, I assure you. As you look over to her, you can see that one of the companions appears to be an elf of some kind, and the other is unmistakably a kobold. I've explained to them that you're on a quest to save your friend from a dastardly fiend, and that you're in dire need of their assistance. I've left out the bigger details. No need to create any excess panic, but you're free to fill them in if you want. They'll probably want answers once they see what you're up against. I'd really love to stay and chat, but I've got another important meeting to get to. So if there are any questions, ask them now. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go and, you can all mingle and meet each other. So does anyone have questions for her before she leaves?
There's nothing I can think of that Durden would want to actually tell her. That
This is the
that's anything other than vile.
this was the archfey, right?
Yes, and she is standing near the table that everyone except for you, Zorro, and you, Gilly, your characters are at. Your characters are on either side of her at the moment.
Got it. Okay.
Can we eat the food?
Dig in.
The kobold's gonna scramble onto the table to eat food.
Okay, well, if there are no questions, I gotta go. You see, that meeting that I had to go to last time, I took Ray along, and her goat kind of ate the Chancellor's curtains. He's not too happy about it. so I gotta go smooth that over. And she turns her attention away from the group and looks towards your character, Zorro, and kind of puts her hand on your shoulder to get your attention. There's one thing that I forgot to tell you. You're going to be traveling with an old acquaintance of yours. Well, a family acquaintance. Good luck.
But I'm alone.
Just wait and see.
All right. All right.
And then she's going to turn and start heading towards the door. Nobody stops her for anything else. She will exit tavern.
Kage will be like, no hug this time?
You didn't say you wanted one.
She's gonna run over and give you a hug.
Oh, okay. She'll hug you back. Oh, Kage, though, before I go, I don't know if you found it yet, but I slipped something into your pocket last time we were all here.
Hold on. What's my perception? Passive's 15. Would I have noticed it?
You'd have found it by now, because it's
Okay.
been several weeks since that moment.
Okay. Then, yeah. Not really sure what to make of it.
Oh, well, it's just a little trinket of sorts. A magical trinket, of course. It's got a single charge in it. Just activate it if you find yourself in a situation that you don't think you might otherwise be able to escape from. Kind of like a last resort, it's this or die type of thing. It'll pull you right out of there.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Just you, though.
You're gonna kind of like look sheepishly side to side.
Does she say that out loud?
Oh, yeah. No.
Oh yeah, and then Durden will look at her and like with like the most contemptuous look he can muster. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'll go up to her real quick and be like, what do you want me to do about the egg?
The egg?
Sorry, the seed.
The seed. Oh, well, it's yours now. So,
I know,
whatever you want.
But do you think it'd be safer in your hands for now until you come back?
If it ends up back in my hands, chances are I'm not gonna want to give it away again. So you best hold on to it.
Okay.
Are you sure I
Pressure,
can't
but okay.
convince you to come with me?
I want to, but she sent me on this mission and I have to kind of see it through.
All right, I get it.
But once I'm done with that, I'm all yours.
All right, just make sure you use that trinket, because I don't need you dying on me.
He's gonna cockeyed smile and thanks.
So, did you want a hug, or?
Yeah, he just tackle hugs her.
She hugs you back. A hug that lasts just a second longer than the one that she gave to Gilly's character. She releases you and turns on her heels, exits the tavern.
Forge is like intently staring at the kobold that's standing on the table.
You want some?
Oh, I don't eat.
Don't. That's sad.
Just means more for us.
You're
Kage
not,
will
That is
walk
so
over and pat
good.
her on the head.
you're not the first person to tell me that.
It is good. It's delicious and yummy.
Are you a dragon?
I am a mighty tiny dragon.
I see.
Durden,
We
like,
most definitely could use a mighty tiny dragon in this group.
Durden, as like he's drinking from like his mug of mead, and like just so it covers his mouth and like half his face, he goes, "She's a kobold."
Are kobold dragons?
We come
Eh.
from dragons.
I mean,
Same difference.
is a cat a tiger?
Technically.
I take personal offense to that implication, Durden.
Reminder: Ziggs was a kobold too.
Evan, he looks.
He
at
didn't know what to make of Ziggs either.
Yeah, but Durden looks at Perseus and he goes, "Tell me I'm wrong, though."
You're right. Tigers are much more clumsy.
So you all supposedly know where this darkness is coming from.
Right as you asked that question, a loud whistle rings out from a staircase a few dozen feet away from your table, loud enough that it grabs the attention of the entire tavern. And as you look over at the source of it, you hear the familiar voice of Antia calling out to you from the top of the stairs. Introductions can wait. Come with me, all of you.
Wait, Antia? Where have you been?
And she heads up the stairs.
You know her?
No, hey! And she just like gets up and just runs after her.
Who's that? She's bossy.
Well, that's Antia,
She's an artificer.
and I
know
believe
what
we
that
should
means.
follow her.
Friend?
Friend, as
Okay.
Forge stands up and follows.
Ish.
Kage looks down at Shu and poignantly looks at the table, back at Shu, table, and grabs a handful of food. You should probably do the same.
I was playing on it. She grabs just like as much as she can get in her arms and carry. She's
Oh,
probably
no.
leaving a trail
They're gonna
behind
be,
her.
They're gonna be snack buddies.
And she's just carrying as much as she possibly can as she goes up, up the stairs.
So as everyone begins to chase Antia up the stairs, you get to the base of the stairs just in time to see her feet as she's heading up and going after her. She passes by the first floor of inn rooms to go up another flight to the second, and she proceeds only a few doors down into the hallway near the top of the stairs, where she waits for all of you to catch up. And
Daria
the door
probably
that
gets there
she's
first.
you do, yeah. Though she makes no eye contact with you and makes no effort to speak, really. But the door that she stopped at, all of you can see it is completely unremarkable, indistinguishable from the rest of the in-room doors. But you do see her pull a silver key from her pocket. And she inserts it into the door's lock and turns it several degrees to the right. And she pauses, turns it several degrees to the left. Another pause, then back to the right. And she does this several times over, and on each pause, you hear the distinct sound of gears turning and heavy metal bars sliding into place. And the motions cease after a few moments as she pulls the key free, opening the door, motion free to step inside.
Can I make an Arcana check while she's
You
like
sure can.
silver keying this thing? Yeah, nope, that's not gonna happen. I rolled a 2.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
oh,
not gonna
magic of some kind.
Yeah, not gonna happen. Still confused by this whole mechanical magic nonsense she does.
And once the door is open, she stands there, kind of blocking off the rest of the hallway, looking at all of you expectantly, waiting for you to enter the room.
I immediately go in.
Ditto.
Yep.
Okay.
mouth full of turkey leg and arms full of food.
Oh, I know the person with arms full of food because I can't see over my mountain of food.
That's fair. You just follow the other trail of food left on the ground.
Yep.
Jeez.
This is how
So
we get ants.
once you're all in there, a couple of you are met with a familiar sight. The room on the other side of the threshold appears to be some sort of study or library.
Oh,
Dark
then-
wood floors covered mostly by a crimson rug, fireplace on one wall, and sconces placed throughout for dancing ambient light. Shelves packed with books line almost the entirety of the room, spanning from floor to 20-foot ceiling, and there's a desk tucked away to one side near the door, slews of parchment and open books atop it. And perhaps a bit of an odd sight in a library, there's a bed in the corner of the room. But even more curious is the massive white wolf that is sprawled out across the bed. He barely gives you a glance as you enter, before laying his head back down and stretching out his long, powerful legs. A few of you have already made acquaintance with this winter wolf.
I immediately make a little yipping sound with my voice and go over to him and just start petting him. It's been a long time since I've seen you.
Is there a
I just
glass?
scratched
Is
him.
there a glass case with a very like magically looking robe in it and glowing "Touch me and die" with magical energy?
Make a perception check.
That's rather specific, but okay.
I mean, you know, when you see actually perception 16.
16? Yeah, so as you look around the room, you see that there's a lot more on display now than there was the last time you were in here. It's clear that she has been hard at work on something in here and hasn't really had the time to tidy up yet. And you do indeed spot a familiar large glass case housing a beautiful flowing white robe, the dark blue and silver gradient at its bottom perpetually shifting and swaying across the fabric. And the brass nameplate on the wooden base of this case bears the name Therion's Mantle, just as you recall it did before.
Gonna absentmindedly like walk over to it.
And when you approach it, you see actually now leaning up against the side of the case is also a metallic staff with intricate arcane runes carved all down its haft, ending in an edged, sharpened point at its base, almost like the bottom half of the staff is made from the blade of a longsword.
Did she make the wombo combo?
She may have.
Oh,
Also looking around, you spot a dull metal box that sits open on a nearby shelf. It's about 3 feet in length, though only a few inches in width and depth. A red velvet cushion fills the base of the box, and evenly spaced in a neat row along its length sits 14 stones, each a distinct shape and color. Wherever your eyes fall in this room, there seems to be at least one strange artifact or oddity to examine.
like Durden is basically he's not gonna touch anything while she's there, but he's just gonna open up his tome, because let's be real, he's only here because he was told to be here, so his interest lies elsewhere. So he's just gonna like make a note of anything that looks artifacty and draw a picture of it, and like we can do rolling for it, offline or whatever, but he's basically gonna try and see if he can, arcana all the actual juicy stuff and figure out what they are for reference.
Yep, we can absolutely sort that out behind the scenes because there's a lot of stuff in here for you to look at. But while you're looking around the room, Zorro, you said you headed over to the bed to
Mhm.
greet the wolf, who has now
Give
at
him
this
straight
point
cheese.
rolled over onto his back for belly rubs, and like his tongue is hanging out. He's just loving every minute of it.
At least someone's giving me some attention and acknowledgement of my existence. Little Antia.
I had
You
a
want to
feeling
explain?
that you would be coming along. I
Oh,
had
really?
hoped that that feeling was wrong, though.
Why? Why could I not be involved?
It's not that you can't be involved, it's that I don't need another person around that happens to know a lot of information about my family and I.
Well, maybe you need to be babysat.
Maybe you need to stick your nose in someone else's business.
Yeah, yours.
I don't think so.
Where's the rest of your family? I've been looking everywhere for them.
They're around.
Are they okay?
They're fine.
Everyone okay?
Of course.
Well, Eugene's dead-ish.
Well, that I know. How do you know who Eugene is?
No,
We
he's
threw him
not.
off
He
a
came
cliff.
back.
Threw him off a cliff. Watched him not die.
Oh, you were there?
And then he put us in some weird ice place, and then we fought a dragon, and now we're back in a place where we took a bunch of stuff from.
But you know
Dragon?
these?
And,
You
like,
know these
He kind
people?
the Forge kind of turns and like kneels down and looks at the lock to see if there's like any like scratches from when he like disabled it.
You do see a couple obvious scratches. Yep.
You went over to the fireplace and she's making herself comfy and just dumped food on the ground and is continuing to eat.
You know this group?
Before we get too far into the specifics, perhaps introductions should be made, especially if we're going to be traveling together. So let's go ahead and start with Gilatam. Why don't you describe your character and have themselves?
So my character Shu is a grayish, silverish kobold. Clothing looks like she pieced it together herself, except for the cloak. Cloak looks strangely new. And she's just kind of seems like a very simple-minded creature. Food, nice people, we're good to go. If she perceives any kind of petty slight against her, she will make sure she one-ups that. Little petty. Yeah, I don't know if you want us to go into a little bit on their backstory or not, but
As much as you want to get into. If they would talk about their history when they introduce themselves, then feel free. If they're a bit of a recluse, like a certain drow, and not talk about their history publicly, then you can leave it out.
I'm sorry, you just left the floor open for Forge to spill every detail about
Oh, I know.
his
He's
coming
next.
into existence.
she just mentioned that she once had a dragon master. Finchers killed them. She found her way to a monastery and somehow managed to pick up some techniques.
Okay, so Rojan, why don't you describe Forge for us and have him introduce himself?
Okay. Sorry, I was in the middle of looking something up. So for everyone who's watched before, Forge is a very new Warforged to the world. He's only 3 years old, very still in that very naive stage of life. Hasn't fully developed emotions or anything at the moment. He's around. He's pushing 7 feet tall. Completely metal body, ironwood joints. Everything though is in a very deep bluish color. And before the group met him, way back in the start of the Sonata campaign, He was previously serving a dwarf who was sort of like a ruins delver, going in, getting the hidden treasure inside, and he was crushed by a rock. Forge, not knowing exactly what he was supposed to do after that, just stood there next to the dead body until Snowdrop and a couple companions came by and brought him along. And ever since then, he's traveled along with an ever-changing group, mostly with Durden, as they search for Snowdrop, who's been taken by Eugene.
Right. So, speaking of Durden, Azerin, why don't you go ahead and describe him and have him introduce himself?
He looks up from his book and motions over to the newcomers to the party. And he just goes, "I'm Durden. I'm here to make sure that one doesn't die." And he points to Forge.
Forge is your friend?
That's fair.
We are very good friends, yes.
It's good to have good friends.
All right. So, I mean, that seems fitting for Durden.
That's literally
Yeah.
like that's all he's want to reveal at this point, because
That's fair. Yeah, I totally get it. Raven, why don't you go ahead and describe Perseus for us and have him introduce himself?
So, Perseus, or anyone new, is a very small cat, about 2'7". I have to look at something again. Cloaked mostly in dark colors, leathers, with a very intricate rapier strapped to his waist. Perseus has always sort of been very quiet, more interested in exploring and learning than vocalizing opinions and trying to make grandiose decisions. And that's about it.
Right. So everyone's focus then shifts over to Kage. Shadow Fox, why don't you describe yourself and introduce yourself?
Then mouthful of food and notice everybody looking at him and like, what? Oh, yeah, I'm Kage. I'm here to help. Yeah, help the family. And he'll flash a little smile, and underneath his half mask there'll be a little golden shimmer from his eye, and a fang appears in his mouth for a brief second and then goes away.
Okay. And that leaves us with Zorro. Why don't you go ahead and describe yourself and introduce yourself?
So before you see a Eladrin elf, because I have a theme and I'm sticking to it no matter of my feelings. I made a challenge and I'm going for it. You see a summer Eladrin in front of you. She's got she's got kind of bronzy skin with freckles. She has very dark hair at the top, and it kind of ombres into some reddish and orange colors that go down to the tips about mid back is whenever it falls. She's got, it looks like she's wearing kind of casual clothing, as far as like just a very simple like pale purple ombre kind of dress with a knot tied in the front, pants on the side of the slits with some boots, and she's carrying a very peculiar looking, it kind of looks like a wand. on her hip with some azaleas sticking out of it, some orange and yellow looking azaleas. She very noticeably on her forehead has a sideways crescent moon on her forehead. It almost looks like it's probably jewelry. It kind of sticks out, and it's kind of a golden color. But what's very interesting about her is her eyes. She has pupilless eyes, and they kind of shimmer in the light, and they look like moonstone gems. And she introduces herself to everyone as Saria of Clan Isilme, and she hails from the same forest as this one, as she points over to Antia. And then she kind of shifts her attention over to her, and she goes, and I was worried sick on where her and her family went when all this shadow stuff came into our forest, and I expected the worst. And now you tell me Eugene, who died, is back. So what happened there, little Antia? You gonna tell me?
Well, perhaps for the newcomers, well, for everyone really. I mean, we met briefly, but we didn't really meet.
You don't make friends quick.
I don't make friends, period.
Oh, you make some friends.
Not by choice.
That's sad. Everyone should have friends.
Oh, she has plenty of friends. She's just being modest. They're just not very human.
She sounds like you, Durden.
Anyway, I
Wait,
am
Durden has friends.
Arcanist Venathan. I would prefer you call me Arcanist Venathan, but I can see that's not going to happen. I apologize in advance if I seem a bit short with anyone at times. I'm not accustomed to traveling with a group, especially when the majority of that group seems to be privy to certain secrets of ours that should, by all accounts, remain secret.
Well, it's kind of no secret when there's some weird, dark shadow shit going on spreading around.
Well, that dark shadow shit is not the thing spreading our secrets.
No, but it's kind of invading everything right now.
As it does.
People are bound to know.
Well, people shouldn't know.
I agree, but some people should probably let other people know when they're safe, when they are worried sick about them and can't get a hold of them.
Some people don't need to tell other people about every little thing that they do. I go a lot of places, I do a lot of things. You don't need to know about all of them.
You could send me a letter, a spell, anything. Let me know, hey, we're okay besides all this stuff happening.
I could, but I didn't.
And why is that? Have you outgrown me?
I was busy.
Too busy for me.
Too busy for everyone.
Little Antia, come on.
Don't you call me that.
Why not? You
Because
are.
I'm asking you not to. It belittles me.
But you're always my sweet little Antia.
Okay, this conversation's done.
You should have seen her when she was little. It was adorable. Nose always in the books.
Age has a mental image of a chibi version of Antia in his head right now. Just going, I don't make friends.
I mean, she used to. I don't understand.
A child. She was a child, not physically. But, well, I guess physically.
Someone shrunk her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Weird company you keep now.
I don't keep this company. We've met once before. That was it. And it was only briefly. Literally, from my perspective, it was about half of a second.
And yet here you are, in front of everyone again. I'm so proud of you. You're growing up.
I think this is all his fault, and she points to the wolf on the bed. He's the one that made friends with these
No, don't blame him at all. He's a sweetie pie.
people. Yeah, that's what he'd like you to think.
I run with him many times. I know he's a sweetie pie.
And all of you hear a voice coming from the wolf on the bed. I am a sweetie pie.
Wait,
Wolves
did
don't
the wolf
lie.
talk? Never heard of wolf talk.
They all talk.
Talk? They do?
He's a winter wolf, dear.
Maybe they just don't talk to me. Now I'm sad.
Well, winter wolves can speak our languages. Regular wolves, not so much.
Oh, they can. They just don't
What's
speak
the
your
difference?
language.
Are you quite done revealing my history to these people? Can we move on to the next part of this trying adventure?
I don't know what history I've revealed other than I know you.
Yeah, that's too much.
You don't want people to know that you know other people outside your clan?
I don't want people to know me.
Aside from...
Nobody.
Forest? Yeah. We'll get you some friends. Don't worry, kid. Just a long way to go.
You know, I'm suddenly considering just leaving Eugene to do whatever he pleases so I can stay here alone.
Yeah, that little prick needs to go. And if he's behind all this, then I'm going to do my duty to both my clan and the Silver Guardians and do what needs to be done and save our forest.
And we need to get Snowdrop back, and we can't do that without getting rid of him.
Who's Snowdrop?
My friend,
Oh.
Who's the Silver
Your
Guardian?
friend's in trouble?
she was kidnapped by Eugene.
That's not good. Eugene's bad man?
She's still alive?
Very bad man.
Okay. I punch bad man.
Yeah, Eugene's an asshole.
I think she's still alive. I would want her to still be alive.
Ah,
Do you have her hostage?
He made her write a letter.
Oh. To lure you in, I'm sure.
I mean, he pulls out the item that he and Durden saw the images from. Like, you could look with this.
I would advise that you don't touch it, though. You
It's
already
dripping
touched
with
it, didn't
weird.
you?
It's dripping with weird stuff.
That is an echo stone, an object of my make that he apparently stole at some point. Like other people, actually. Forge, is it? If you don't mind. And she motions to the empty box that once housed 3 echo stones.
Oh, I thought I handed those back to you in the tavern.
You told me that you had them.
Oh,
you could
yes. And he
put
just
them
reaches
back.
into his bag and just pulls out the echo stones and just drops them into the box.
And the rest of you, please, while you're here, don't touch anything. Don't.
Is the floor okay?
Especially that letter. It's dripping with something weird.
Oh,
The
no,
floor is
no.
fine to touch.
This is
It's a wall is fine to touch.
It's a echo stone.
Oh, it's the Echo Stone. I
It's
thought
the
you
Echo
did
Stone.
the letter.
No.
Never mind. So do you know where Eugene is?
I do know where Eugene is. He has been quite busy for a dead man. He's holed up in a village far to the northeast. I believe I mentioned this when most of us met previously, but I was actually on my way there when you came across me fighting that dragon. There's some sort of protection on it, though. I couldn't teleport directly in. I tried, but it, I don't know, rebounded me or something, and I ended up quite a ways off course.
That's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. It means we can't teleport in now, either. So I'm going to have to get us as close as possible, but we will have a trek ahead of us.
Fine by me.
Now, I don't know exactly what Eugene is up to, but I do know that he isn't necessarily the source of all of this. I'm not 100% convinced that the shadow, as described by various fairy tales and legends, is what those stories describe it to be, but it is an entity of some kind, and it is here, and he is in league with it. So there's going to be danger.
Oh, even better.
And I'm not going to be able to help you on the
You're-
way there.
You're not coming with us?
Oh, I'm going with you.
Oh, good. Okay. I was gonna say, don't back out on this right now.
But if we want to get in there without him making some sort of quick escape before we show up, we're going to have to hide ourselves. So I am going to be busy concentrating on several spells on our trek there. So it will be up to all of you to keep me protected.
Oh, same old, same old. All right.
When you say it like that, it seems trivial.
Protection is my primary function. You should not have to worry.
Oh, there you go. You have a backup.
Wonderful.
You need protection often. I mean,
Oh,
you had
yeah.
to tussle with the dragon. It sounds like you need protection often.
No,
She gets in
I
a
don't.
lot of trouble.
Yes, I do.
Does she get out of a lot of trouble?
Yes, I do.
With help?
With
Without
help.
Not always.
Come
Okay,
on,
insight
Scoot.
check that. See if I believe her.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, when she says that, I was muted. Durden, while he's like making sketches in his book, he's like, last time
24.
I did.
24, you said.
Mhm.
She is difficult to read, but as she's responding to these accusations, she is idly messing with a ring on one of her fingers. And the ring has a little gem in it that you've noticed that seems to be shifting in color every once in a while. Don't know exactly what that means, but usually when people have some sort of tick that gives away them lying or hiding something, they do something like that. They mess with a ring, or they scratch their ear, or make a motion like that. So she's hiding something.
You know,
But-
if you want to lie better, you shouldn't fidget.
Oh, she
I'm-
caught you.
I'm neither lying nor fidgeting. I am just not giving you the whole truth.
You have bad
You're
habits.
playing with the ring. It's fidgeting.
It's just a bad habit.
Careful, your bad habits might give people the wrong idea.
And what sort of idea would that be?
That you're lying.
Right. You're dropping food all over my carpet. Please stop.
How am I supposed to eat the food then?
But this isn't a tavern. You don't eat food in here.
You want me to waste all this food?
Wait, this isn't the tavern?
No, this is the door brought us elsewhere. But the door
about to
didn't. The
say.
key did.
Didn't know they rented out rooms this big.
Yeah,
This
her own little hideaway.
this is part of my home. I brought you elsewhere. We're not in the capital anymore.
Wait, we're not?
No,
Oh.
we're far away.
Wait. Are we in your
Don't
house?
remember leaving.
You are
It's
in my house, yes.
it's a
What wa-
mansion.
what
it's
was
not
it?
a house.
White Claw Keep?
Winter Claw.
Like clock keep.
So,
Sweet.
is your alpha here?
Possibly
Matriarch, patriarch?
at the moment. Why do you ask?
One of the first people I was looking for.
I kind of need to check in with them real quick. You know, the whole mission thing.
You can do that later, can't you? We're a bit busy right now.
Well, yeah, as long as it happens before we magically teleport through another doorway completely far away or something.
What business do you have with them? Anything you can say to them, you can say to me.
I just need to check in with them and make sure that I'm doing what I need to do to help out the family.
The family. Help. Who are you?
I told you I'm here from the summer court.
Why are so many people involving themselves in my business? Listen, if you're here, if you're assisting on this quest, then you're probably doing what you should be doing. I'm sure everything is all right.
Well, if I go back and they ask me if I met with the leader of your family, and I say no, it's not gonna look too good.
Well, if they do ask that question, then you can just tell them that we lead as a group. We are a pack, after all.
Can't just meet them?
Nobody is permitted outside of this room while we're here. We're going to do what we came here to do, and then I'm going to take us elsewhere.
The guest room's 2 doors down. I mean,
If the door is locked, I can open it.
Did you open it before?
Yes.
You just kicked down the door, right?
No, I completely disassembled the lock.
Ah, that's smart.
Yeah, I noticed.
You let strangers
scratched
roam
marks.
around?
I
The key?
did not.
No, he let some of us out once, and he kind of points over to the giant wolf.
It was my brother.
Kage's gonna like
and then
shimmy over that direction, and he's
Durden's gonna pipe up and go. In his defense, he was probably mind controlled by the one we're looking for.
And then
He mind controls people?
Yes.
she doesn't mind control anyone. He's just mad because she hugged him.
No.
Oh, do you not like hugs? Hugs are the best.
No, don't touch Durden. He doesn't like it.
Oh.
What?
She did use mind control because I wanted to feel one way and then I didn't feel the way I wanted to feel. That's mind control.
That sounds like emotion control.
Motion, mind, potato,
It was
call it
magic.
whatever you want. I was subjugated and I didn't appreciate it.
But then we found this door, and I just took the lock apart.
It's fairly good at it. It's very surprising.
So, what was it that Kage was doing?
he shimmies over towards the white wolf, and he kind of leans over. I hear you're the person to talk to about getting people out of here.
Who'd you hear that from?
That one points over at Forge.
No, it was my brother.
Where's your brother?
I don't know.
As long as he's safe.
Yes, he's probably wandering around the halls as he does.
And are you coming with us? Just scritch the wolf.
That's a good question. Are you coming with us this time? Nope.
Oh, but we could run together.
Yeah, last time I went on an adventure, she stabbed me with a very pointy sword. I'm staying here this time.
Kage looks very angrily at Antioch.
Okay,
How
What?
could you?
So wait, so Antia stabbed him the last time they were out running around?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was to
and
freeze
you-
it.
Yeah, you guys actually
Yeah.
found him that
The time
way. He
sword.
was
Um,
the-
Oh,
time
that's
sword,
right.
yeah.
and
The sword.
time sword. That's right. I totally forgot
Why
about that.
would you do that to
It
him?
was for his own protection.
Couldn't just let him run in the woods and come to me.
Not when a dragon's trying to eat him.
Of course, would have protected him.
We were nowhere near the woods. We were miles and miles and miles away.
Ah,
I mean, you
Antia.
were woods adjacent.
Speaking of, who has that sword? It's mine, and I would like it back.
Not if you're going to stab people willy-nilly because it's the best thing for them.
I don't want to get
It's a
stabbed.
sword. That's literally what they're made for.
I think Ray has it, doesn't she?
Shit, that's right.
Yeah.
Ray actually gave it to Alcius
Mm-hmm.
before teleporting you guys out from the Dragon's Den area. Alcius requested the egg and the sword, and refused to teleport you until you gave them to her.
So very reluctant Ray gave him the sword.
Yep.
I think Alcius has it.
Why?
It was payment to teleport us away from where we were at.
So I'm never getting it back then.
I don't think you should. You stab people with it. You stab your friends with it.
To save them.
And you said you didn't have friends. I now see why.
It
If I
sounds.
had it, I'd be doing some stabbing right now.
It does sound like a practical
You can
application.
Well,
Haha, you can only use it on one of us.
I can make more.
Oh, shit.
Then what's the
Eh,
problem
take
if they
time.
took it?
Because it is a very, very strenuous process.
Well, then you should have thought that before you lost it.
Why don't you make one to stab Eugene instead?
I didn't lose it. I left it in my companion.
That's worse.
My companion also doubles as a sheath.
For any
He is not
random
pack
passerby
tactics.
to find.
He is not pack tactics.
Not pack tactics approved.
I mean, you're supposed to wait until the wolf is dead before you make them into a leather sheath or a scabbard. You're not supposed to basically.
Look,
you know.
her leather working skills low. Okay.
Fine.
Listen, I don't know if you had the time to examine that particular weapon, but it turns one into stone, protecting them from all types of harm. So it was for good reason.
At the cost of getting stabbed.
Yes, well, minimal damage. He's still alive, isn't he?
Well, after we healed him and closed up the gaping hole in his body from the sword.
I intended on going back for him.
Is that before or after the black dragon turned you into a stain?
After.
Okay.
You fought a dragon
That was a black dragon. It's pretty big.
without me.
Well, he turned out to be a little bit more than just a regular dragon.
You can contact me. Are you ashamed of me?
A little bit.
Oh, well, that's just rude.
I could be dishonest.
The clan loves you.
Yeah, a little bit too much.
Well, it's not like we have any other friends around.
Yeah, so now who's the one that doesn't make friends?
Oh, have you met my clan? I have a ton of friends in that clan.
Yeah, I've met them.
Yeah. You have... How many friends do you even have?
Enough.
None, apparently, because she stabs them all.
Okay, how about non-humanoid? No, sorry. By the way, do you have any humanoid friends?
I've got one.
Aside from Wolf. Oh, thank you. But no, aside from me.
No, not you.
It's okay, we're family. It runs deeper. We don't have to be friends. We're on a family level here.
Right.
He doesn't count. She points at the wolf. No offense, buddy.
None taken. He... listen, if you're not going to come with us, then the least you can do is go find your brother. Kano, I'm talking to you, and he just kind of rolls over so he's not facing her anymore.
And like Durden,
He'll find his brother.
like Durden lifts up from his book again. It's like, I like him.
All right. So, I believe I actually promised all of you some additional armaments, didn't I? So, why don't we get started on that? And she moves over to her desk and pulls a fairly plain wooden box out of a side drawer and sets it down on the surface of the desk and opens it up. And within it are 6 compartments, and you can all see very clearly that each compartment houses a unique stone within, of varying colors, shapes, and sizes. But before we begin, I should probably tell you about the risks. Are any of you familiar with coalesced mana, crystallized magic?
Say what now?
Is that a curse?
Wait,
Heard it
Durden,
blows up.
Durden like goes. You can turn ether into crystals.
Accidentally, yes. It's more excess magic that has crystallized.
I think they have an ointment for that.
Did accidentally?
Could probably turn it into an ointment. Anyway, yes, so say there's some sort of catastrophic magical event that produces a lot of arcane energy. There is some residual energy that comes off of that, and if it's strong enough, it will crystallize into what is known as coalesced mana. It is very, very powerful in some cases, very hard to come by, and even harder to harvest. I have actually pioneered a way to augment creatures and objects using coalesced mana. Well,
You got in an argument with them?
I am pioneering a way to do that. It's still a work in progress. It can be volatile. There are certain risks involved at the moment. Different types of augmentations require different facets within the stone in which to utilize them. It's a very, very difficult process, and I didn't exactly have the time to get it perfect on these ones. So more than likely, when you activate these augments, there may be a bit of arcane spillage. It's unpredictable, so if you don't want to take that risk, I won't force it upon you.
I would never turn down a gift from little
Perseus raises
Antia.
a paw.
Yes, little one.
We're talking.
Does that imply they might blow up?
I don't know.
That
You use a
doesn't
lot of
sound
big
like a
words.
no.
Doesn't sound like it.
So you're talking risk reward.
Yes.
You use a lot of big words I don't understand.
Magic rock goes on equipment, sometimes works, sometimes explodes.
Just gonna look down at her distinct lack of equipment.
We'll find something to put it on. But I won't force it on any of you. If you don't want it, just say so, and I'll leave it in the box. I'll find some other use for it.
If I take it, can I use it with that? And he points towards the staff.
I don't think so. That's a project I'm still working on.
I'll give it a shot.
Does the item you attach that to have to be mundane?
No, I actually specialize in augmenting magical items. You see, I subscribe to a philosophy that legendary doesn't have to be the cap.
It's a little greedy.
It's a little wizard, isn't it?
Why
Treats
it's
a lot of
greedy?
book.
So shiny rocks makes us hit things harder.
Possibly.
Okay.
I tried to shape and form them to work with each of you and your specialties, but of course I don't really know a whole lot about you, so I can't guarantee that they'll do what I intended them to.
If shiny
Oh,
rock
you-
make things hit harder, it's okay.
Right. But this is going to be a bit of a process. Like I said, it's an augment. It's not just an item that I give you and it works. So who wants to go first? We'll walk through the process together.
Oh, you know I can't turn down a gift from you.
Wonderful. I was actually hoping that I'd get to test this on you first.
You would.
Instantly blows up.
Huggy leans down to Shu. I don't think she likes her.
As I said, they were friends.
Oh, we're more than friends. Aren't we, little Antia?
I'm going to need complete silence for this process.
You know you used to like that name once upon a time.
Yes, I also used to be 2 years old.
Oh, you were so cute. You're still adorable. Getting your nose in books and everything. All right, I'm done teasing you. Let's do this.
Yet somehow I don't think you are.
Like Durden does not know how to process any of that like banter. Like he's never experienced any like type of affection between two people like that ever in his life. So he's just like, this is just way too weird for me. I don't understand like what that is. It's like he knows there's affection, but you know, anytime he's seen affection, it's like there's a cost. it's
Yeah, exploding me.
it's like, you know, you don't get the carrot without taking the stick first.
Well, Saria, why don't you give me your necklace? We'll attach it to that. I made sure yours was extra small.
Mm-hmm. She'll go ahead and she'll give you like the little side eye, like, sure, just give you necklace.
She'll grab the necklace and she'll reach into the box and pull a small, very small, deep green gem from one of the compartments. And she'll push aside a whole bunch of stuff on her desk. And once all the papers and the tomes are out of the way, you can all see a series of arcane circles carved into the top of the desk. And she places the necklace and the gem in two of the upper circles, two smaller circles, and places her hands down on the edge of the larger circle in the center. And she closes her eyes and begins to concentrate, and you see all of the circles and shapes and runes on the desk light up as she begins to cast a ritual of some sort to combine these two items. And we will find out if it's a success or not when Zorro rolls a percentile for me.
Oh no. Like right now?
Oh yes.
Right now.
Okay.
I'm so nervous.
Here. Oh, and we don't know if it's high or low or whatever. 27.
27, okay. So the process takes about 10 minutes to complete, and as it nears the end, the light gets brighter and brighter, and you see arcs of energy begin to come off of it and kind of connect to the walls and occasionally connect to Antia herself. And they just get bigger and larger and louder even as they make that telltale crackle noise of electricity. But once the ritual reaches its end, it all dies down. And in the center circle, you see your necklace now with that stone embedded in the center of it. And a bit of blue smoke kind of coming off of it. And Antia picks it up and kind of examines it a little bit and holds it out to you. It seems to have worked.
Well, you've learned quite a bit since last I saw you.
I have indeed.
She'll put it back on and give her a smile, like, I'm proud of you smile.
Right, so this augment allows you to exclude up to 3 5-foot squares from any of your area of effect spells. And it also alters your Warcaster ability. So the alteration to Warcaster is when you cast a spell as a reaction using your Warcaster ability, you can cast area of effect spells in addition to any standard single target spells that would meet the criteria. So it's no longer limited to single target. You can now do AoE spells as well, as long as the AoE spell causes damage.
Okay. And when I do it, it excludes 3 5-foot squares.
You can choose to exclude up to 3. Yeah. I have that information for you. I will post it in Discord. I'm just going to do it in the SONATA channel because that's easier for me.
Okay. And I added that little tidbit to my Warcaster.
So who wants to be next?
Thank you.
I'll go.
Okay.
Why not? Things couldn't blow up. Couldn't go worse.
All right. We'll do Kage, then Perseus, then Forge, you'll be last. I'm worried about yours. I'm sure it'll be fine. Kage, why don't you you use magic, right?
Only when I can.
What do you use as a focus?
Kind of looks down at his rapier.
That'll do. She holds out her hand.
He's nervous about it because this is a special gift to him, but he'll.
She snatches it up, places it down on the desk, same orientation as the other object in crystal, and when she pulls one out of the box, you see she pulls out kind of a long, almost oval shaped orange gem of some kind. She goes into that same position with her hands on the desk, and the runes and circles light up. She begins to cast this ritual once again, and if you could roll a D100 for me, please.
I got an 88 on that one.
88. Okay. So very much the same process as before, though you see far fewer jolts of arcane energy sparking out of this this time. And at the end of it, when it all dies down, your rapier combined with that gem sit in the center circle. It is not smoking like the necklace was. She picks it up, examines it, and holds it out for you. So
Gingerly pick it up. Is it okay?
it appears okay. This augment increases your spell save DC by 1 and alters your arcane recovery ability. So the alteration to that is when you use your arcane recovery ability, the total spell slots recovered can have a combined level that is equal to or less than half your character level, rounded up, rather than half your wizard level.
That's a big boon, actually.
Post that information in Discord for you. He steps over to Perseus. You... Why don't you go ahead and undress for me?
What request?
Just your armor. Sorry, I should have clarified.
Getting so bold outside of her keep.
Perseus just unhooks the armor he normally wears and sets it on the table.
She slides it over into one of the arcane circles and pulls a quite large but flat circular yellow gem from the box and places it in another circle. Same process, circle lights up. And if you could roll a d100 for me.
Ooh, 97.
97. Great roll. All right, you see no arcane jolting from the process this time. It seems to go as smooth can be. And when the light from the circles dies down, the armor seems to be cleaner somehow than before. It almost has a bit of a sheen to it. And she picks it up, examines it, looks quite pleased with herself, and hands it back to you.
Well, it didn't blow up.
Not this time. So this augment... Oh god, what did I just do to my notes? This augment adds a +2 to your AC. It makes your armor feel light and nimble, giving you an additional reaction per round. That is also in Discord for you. All right, who have we got left? Shu, Durden, and Forge.
Is everything okay?
She can go first.
Everything will probably be fine. Shu?
What?
You don't wear much.
No, my skills are nice and strong. They keep me safe.
I see that. You don't mind if I draw on you a little bit, do you?
No?
Okay, come here.
You gonna tell me to undress like you told him?
Oh, only if you want to.
Takes too much time.
Right. So when she leads you over to the desk, and once you're there, she puts her hands underneath your arms and like lifts you right up and sits you down on the desk on the center arcane circle.
You're not gonna curse me, right?
I won't try to.
Good enough.
Sometimes these things just happen, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Maybe. And she goes over to the box and pulls out from one of the compartments a triangle-shaped blue gem. And she kind of looks you over a few times, like kind of scratching at her chin, trying to think how she's going to do this exactly. Why don't you just hold on to this? And she places it in your hand and closes your fingers around it so your fist is nice and tight. And then she moves over to the side of the desk and places one hand down on one of the smaller arcane circles and begins to do the ritual once again. So if you could roll a D100 for me.
97.
97. Just like with Perseus's ritual, there's no arcane jolting of any kind. And Shu, you feel in your hand this gem. It's almost like holding on to a piece of ice that quickly melts in your hands. You don't feel or see any sort of liquid dripping out of your hands, but you feel the gem just kind of slowly disappear in your grasp. And when the light from the ritual fades, Antia steps back and looks you over a few times and looks up at your horns. She looks directly at your right horn, and then her eyes light up. And she's like, I cannot believe that worked. I mean, I intended it to work. It worked as intended. I've never actually done it on a creature before. And all of you can see the tip of Shu's right horn now seems to be made of that blue gem. So this augment enhances your natural swiftness with arcane power, adding a +1 to the damage of your unarmed strikes, and altering the way your deflect missiles ability functions. So your deflect missiles now, when you use your reaction, you can cause a spectral hand to deflect or catch the missile when you or any target within 10 feet of you is hit by a ranged attack. The rest of the ability functions as normal. Drop that into Discord for you.
Thank you, folks.
And she looks over to Durden. You are also a caster of some sort, yes?
Sorts, yes.
And what do you use as a focus?
For the most part, this, and he like holds up like this his tome.
Ah, I see. That should work. Could you place that in one of the circles for me? I don't particularly want to handle that one.
He basically like unlatches it from a chain and puts it down in the circle.
That wasn't a slight against you or anything. I just want to make that clear. I know how protective I am of my spellbooks. I just don't want to encroach on it.
Oh, that's fine. It's not like I couldn't get it back if you destroyed it.
Right. So she goes over to the box and pulls a octagonal-shaped, bright red gem from it and places it in one of the circles and begins the process once again. And if you could roll a D100 for me.
Oh, that's gonna be an outright disaster. That's a 22.
22. Okay, in the same ballpark as Zorro's roll. And much like when she did this process for Saria, a lot of chaotic jolting springs forth from the objects and the circles, and you actually see Antia flinch a little bit when one of these jolts strikes her, but she maintains her concentration on this ritual and sees it through to the end. And when the light from the circles fades, you see quite a bit of smoke pouring from the tome, and it looks like it's pouring out from the pages of the tome. But you do see the gem centered right on the cover. And she examines it as well as she can without picking it up or touching it. She kind of shrugs a little bit. It was a bit unexpected, that one, but it seems to have worked.
Well, the one who gave it to me is finicky.
It makes sense. So, this augment grants you 1 additional sorcery point and access to the empowered spell Metamagic.
Ooh, wait, do I have empowered spell already? I don't think so.
I double and triple checked your character sheet. It shouldn't be on there.
Nope, I have extended spell.
Yes. Which is the one that I was originally going to give you, but then I saw you had it already.
Well, I have extended spell because I do a little trick with that.
So you now also have empowered spell and an additional sorcery point that regenerates the same way your sorcery points normally do.
Heck yeah, I'll take it.
Now we're left with Forge. I haven't had a lot of experience working on your kind before, but this should function the way that it does with everyone else.
Only one way to find out.
Precisely. And for this one, she kind of, I was going to say shoos everyone back, but then one of you's named Shoe, and that's weird.
Just named you for that very reason.
She ushers everyone back towards the bed and goes to the edge of the carpet that's on the floor, and she kind of kicks at it with one of her feet until it starts to bunch up on itself. And then she rolls it all the way back. And you see a very, very intricate looking arcane circle carved into the floor, previously hidden beneath the carpet. If you could stand right in the center for me.
Forge nods and very cautiously walks into the center.
And she goes over to the box that housed these gems, and from it she plucks a strange looking rectangular gem that is jet black. And she places it on the ground beneath your feet. And she moves to the edge of the circle, gets down on her hands and knees, and looks up at you. Are you ready?
Just give her a thumbs up.
She begins the ritual once again, and immediately when she starts doing this one, it is arcane jolts just flying everywhere in the room. And she looks a bit surprised by this at first. Then you see her lift one of her hands up off of the circle and draw some sort of strange geometric shape really quickly in the air, her finger leaving a trail of light. And then she kind of presses her palm into it, and you see something lower down from the ceiling. And it appears to be almost like the spade, the shape of a spade, but it's like 3-dimensional. It's full, like if you took a spade and then rotated it all the way around where it comes down to a point. That's the type of thing that lowers down, and all these arcane jolts seem to be attracted to it and all shape up to connect with it instead of flying around the room. And Forge, if I could get you to roll a D100 for me.
Yep. That is 77.
77, that's good. Okay. Could I also get you to roll a Constitution saving throw for me?
Oh, is that a good thing? Constitution's not bad.
We'll find out.
Guidance.
That will be 26.
26. Huh. All right. So this ritual seems to continue for an extended duration, and the light from this circle is almost blindingly bright by the end of it. And rather than coming to an easy conclusion and slowly fading, there's a loud crack throughout the room and a burst of light, and you all kind of shield your eyes for a moment, and when you look back down, smoke is rising from the circle itself and also from Forge. But looking at him, you see that same gem implanted squarely in his chest. So you rolled very, very well on both your rolls, which means you got the best possible outcome on this, which is wonderful. So, for starters, because you rolled so high on that con save, your Constitution score permanently increases by 1. If you had rolled poorly, it would have gone down by 1.
Oh, that means my HP go up.
Yeah, it does.
Already making me change fucking character
Yep.
cards.
Because it goes up 11 HP.
Now, to be fair, the DC for that was 22, so it was a very high DC, but there was a good chance he wasn't going to do it, so I didn't mention anything, but he made it. So this augment grants you the use of 2 new abilities.
Ooh.
The first is called Overcharge. As a free action on your turn, you can activate the Action Surge ability on yourself. You can do this any number of times per day. However, it is exceptionally dangerous to exceed your physical capabilities. On your second and every subsequent use of Action Surge, you must succeed on a DC 24 Constitution saving throw or become paralyzed for 1 minute. When paralyzed in this way, you can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns. So, very high risk, very high reward. Also grants you the use of the Tension ability. As an action on your turn, you may cast the Haste spell on yourself. This functions as an ability, and so cannot be counterspelled. You may do this once per long rest. I will send you that information in Discord.
That means I don't have to use a spell slot for it.
I'm more
Precisely.
concerned with the fact that an artificer can
Action
action
surge.
surge like a warrior. That seems safe.
And I have a +8 to my Constitution saves. So,
Forge is capable of making bad decisions then.
I mean, to be fair, Forge makes a lot of bad decisions.
Why do you think I gave that to him? No. Once the process is all finished, Antia rolls the carpet back down on the ground and closes up the box and tosses it into the drawer of her desk. And she looks at all of you and she has an expression that simply looks prideful. She's quite happy with the work that she has done here, given the very short amount of time in which she had to do it. And with that, we are going to go ahead and take our first break of the evening. Get up and stretch your legs, refresh your drinks, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
Okay, so Perseus, I need to up your shit.
that,
18 AC now.
that let me break 100 HP, so
Nice.
I'm at 105.
The fuck are you gonna do with an artificer with
Unlimited
Fucking-
action surges?
Guys,
Forge's-
we're still
Forge's answer-
live. We're still live.
I was gonna say, yeah,
Oh.
we're still live.
Oh wait, that's right. I'm the one.
That's you. You can
Hey,
hear
Rogan.
Rogan.
I
You're
was
live.
like, wait a minute. How's did
fuck.
Rogan finally find a way to talk to
Rogan,
us
you
during
don't get to
breaks?
participate
I
in
don't
these
get to participate in
conversations.
this. I
I'm
forgot.
sorry.
Give me a moment. Okay, now we're gonna go on the break.
We know what we're doing.
And we are back.
More classy than that. Hi.
I just still peed on the walls.
Hello.
Welcome
back.
back, Origin. We are sorry.
You have
That's-
to rearrange some stuff. I'm sorry.
No, we don't. I don't got to rearrange shit except for the cameras because I.
Oh well, I mean,
No,
we've
wait,
got Kage is
Nope.
Katie boy.
Nope. You're playing those characters tonight.
Okay.
All right, let's do this.
All right,
now
we'll switch around the character sheets.
Those are the only ones though. That's
Okay,
pretty good.
Shadow Fox, you're gonna do a lot of damage in one hit. That's all you get to do.
I mean, I'm used to playing rogue, so
Like you've never played a rogue.
You know what
I'm
you
trying-
know what you have to do.
I'm trying to move away from rogues because I've got like 3 or 4 active right now.
So what do I need to change around? You said.
Nope, that's nothing. Everything's perfect. You did a great job.
Yep.
Character cards are right, I'll let you know.
We're updating
Everything,
that.
everything
Aw,
is how
hell.
it should be.
I forgot. Give me 2 seconds.
Everything is awesome.
I have to step away because my insulin pump just ran out of
That's
battery.
okay.
Oh,
no
are you
worries.
okay?
My insulin pump ran out of battery, so
Oh.
go ahead.
You
and
should
continue-
probably go.
Go plug
Go ahead.
yourself in.
Yeah, go ahead and
Yeah.
continue on. I'm gonna go, replace the cyborg pancreas here.
Yeah.
Fair
yeah.
enough. So, as Antia steps back and admires her handiwork, looks over each of you. So, are you happy with what you've received then?
Oh, this is cool.
Wonderful. I'm glad
Always
nothing
happy.
exploded yet.
Keyword.
Now, I should warn you, well, maybe not so much warn you, I should let you know that these are not permanent. They will naturally run out, or I can dispel them at any point. So if any of you are thinking about using them against me for any reason, think twice.
I mean, the only reason I'd use anything against you, at least right now, is if you tried to stab me with one of those swords that turns me into stone.
But what if I did it to save you?
I would still be angry. What do you mean
Nah.
naturally run out? Doesn't that seem tad inconvenient?
Well, as I mentioned, I didn't quite have the time to perfect these augments. I really only had like 3 weeks to work on them. I think I performed quite admirably.
That's impressive.
But
Okay. But
as I mentioned, there could be a bit of spillage when they're used. And so that's going to deplete the power that is held within them. Normally, I would be able to close up those gaps, let's say, so that wouldn't happen and they would last, well, as long as I wanted them to. But that's not the case with these.
How long do we have them for?
Oh, a few weeks at least.
No,
Oh, okay.
good long while.
Now, Kage, was it? You, for whatever reason, seemed quite insistent on meeting my mother.
Yeah.
Are you capable of staying in this room and not touching anything while I go retrieve her?
He's thinking really long and hard. Yes.
All right. You know what? She's going to do an insight check on that. Roll either persuasion or deception against her insight check, whichever is applicable.
Okay.
She rolled an 18.
Well, he didn't beat it, but it was persuasion because he's telling the truth.
Okay. That will be good enough for her then. Right. I'm gonna go look for her, assuming she's here at the moment.
Gonna
Nobody
sit
touch anything.
cross-legged on his hands.
Thank you. She's going to turn around and approach the door to the room, and she's going to run her thumb down the molding that is around the door frame, and arcane runes are going to flash briefly in the path that her thumb trails, and the door makes a little click. She opens it up, closes it behind her, and those same runes flash again for a brief moment as the door clicks once more. And you are all there now, alone for the most part. You do have a winter wolf in there with you, but alone for the most part in her room while she goes to retrieve her mother. You do notice at this point, now that there isn't a bunch of arcane tomfoolery going on to take your attention, that the winds are starting to pick up outside. And there's the occasional growl or snarl that you pick up echoing through the halls of this place. But as for this room in particular, it's cozy enough. You have a moment to do anything, if there's anything that any of you would wish to do.
He wants to see if she has a stash of alcohol around. Tell a lot about a person why what they choose to drink.
Okay. Give me an investigation.
This is gonna go well. Yeah, real well. So I rolled an 8, -2 for 6.
6, okay. You don't look very hard or for very long, but you do happen across a small crate that has a bunch of different colored bottles in it. And you pull one of the bottles out and pop the cork off and sniff it, and it smells like alcohol.
Can I taste it?
Do you want to taste it?
Yes.
Okay.
This kobold is really making me question why I didn't take Revivify.
She's not gonna drink the whole thing, but she just wants to taste some of it. She's trying to figure out what kind of alcohol it is.
It's a kobold.
Okay. Roll a medicine check for me.
No. No, actually, my medicine's pretty good. 15.
15? Okay. You taste just a single drop of whatever is in this bottle, and it tastes like really, really strong alcohol. The strongest you've ever tasted before. Something about it is a little bit off, but you can't quite tell because that taste of the alcohol, the burning of the alcohol, is just so overpowering.
Paladin brew.
Alright, she'll put it back.
Okay. Probably a wise choice. You doing something there, Durden?
The second she closes the door, I begin ritualistically casting Identify on that staff.
On that staff? Okay. And that is a 10-minute ritual, right?
Technically 11.
Right.
Well, it's like, 10 and a little bit, but it's like,
And then an action.
For ease of mechanics, 10 minutes. Okay. So you begin to cast that ritual on that staff. Is anyone doing anything in the meantime?
Age is concentrating on doing exactly as he said, and it's stressful.
I expect nothing less.
Or just gonna sit next to Kage.
Perseus is being infinitely curious about what looked like a failed ransacking attempt by a kobold.
What is your passive perception, Perseus?
Not high, 13.
13? That is probably enough for you to notice that the massive winter wolf on the bed. And when I say massive, I mean like this, the size of a winter wolf makes a dire wolf look like the size of a dog in comparison. This
That's
thing is
huge.
huge. And you notice every once in a while he kind of glances your way and licks his chops a bit.
Comforting.
But thankfully, Saria has him very well distracted with belly rubs and cheek rubs and ear scritches.
Playing catch up with him.
And Durden, as your ritual comes to an end, you identify this staff as a type of staff of power.
What? She's working on the wombo combo?
It has had some modifications made to it, but mechanically classed as a staff of power.
Oh, I covet thee. Can I tell from my identification if it has any different stats than the base staff of power? Like, did she put like any special tweaks or, you know, doodads into it aside from the part of the bottom of the staff being basically a fucking sword?
Yes. Your identify tells you that rather than being a +2 to all the various things that it adds a +2 to, this one is a +3. And there is a function to the pointed and edged end of this staff that allows it to, it's the best way to describe this, it's
Does it make the stabby part like shoot out?
it doesn't. The best way that you can make sense of what you're getting off of this is like that bottom end of it is the opposite of an immovable rod. It's the best possible way I can describe it without just straight up saying what it does.
The opposite of an immovable rod. Oh, I'm like taking notes. like I'm just like, you know, any like, you know, arcane etches that, you know, I can gleam. Like I will find a way to have this thing in some form or another, even if I have to find another, you know, powerful artificer to go like make me that.
That's fair.
I took notes.
And actually, since you're there kind of looking at things, and that long box is also in proximity to the staff and the robe, give me an Arcana check on the contents of that box as well.
Ooh, that's a good one. That is, what's my Arcana? That is a 23.
23, okay. Now that you're actually taking the time to look over these objects instead of just glancing at them, you recognize what those 14 stones are in that box, and you identify them as a full set of ion stones.
Like every one?
Every one.
What? Oh, dude, I don't think Durden's ever seen one ion stone, let alone outside of a book. She's got all 14 types like in a box just chilling in her room.
As much as she seems to be a crafter and an enchanter, looking at the things that are in this room, she very much does also display the typical collector behavior that high-level wizards do.
She always was a show off.
I mean, you're essentially in her wizard tower right now. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Except she's like a budget wizard. She only has one room to her wizard tower.
He's got one room.
Look, sometimes all you need is one room.
I know. Sometimes
Yeah.
you just need the one room, you know. Let's see. Which is the one that gives you plus charisma?
And then the one room turns into a pocket dimension, and
You just take it wherever you go.
Do I notice this with my passive?
Notice Durden examining these things and looking at
Yeah.
Durden drooling over her magic kit. Like he's not being subtle about it, if that's what you're asking.
If your passive is above a 10, you see him drooling over this stuff.
I mean, he spent the last 10 minutes, like, you know, molesting that staff, so.
What are you doing snooping around in her stuff?
It's only snooping if I have to open up something to get to it.
We've done that already.
But now she has a new stuff.
Yeah. I wouldn't touch that if I were you.
Well, I mean, you know, I wouldn't use it if I was me, but I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But I know what it is, so I know not to use it.
Sure. Just don't want her to get all pissed off.
I'm just seeing what's new to the collection. We've pretty much ransacked this place before.
How did you get in here?
Hi.
My brother showed them the way.
We said that, didn't we?
What? Why?
Because we were locked in a room and we wanted to get out.
Were you invited here?
Yeah. And then we were locked in a room and we wanted to get out.
From what I heard, they were goaded to coming here by Eugene, and then invited in the house by, I think it was Nella.
Ink and Liar, thank you for that raid.
Ooh, that's a nice one. Heck yeah.
Nella let them in.
Yeah, knew they were coming.
Interesting. Did she know that Eugene sent them?
She probably saw the notices around and expected somebody to come.
Interesting. All right. Well,
The leadership. Oh, it's the pink and green one. That's the one that Durden, like, you know, just looks at. That he just like she'll probably try and kill me if I take it.
But it might be worth the risk.
But
it's
it
so
might,
good, it might be
worth the risk.
I like, out of character, I hate to say it, but I agree with Durden. She's got 14 ion stones right there.
It's like,
even I'm tempted.
Like, is she really gonna miss the charisma one?
Wizards don't need charisma.
Look, your blue eyes white dragon is right there.
I know. You know, I mean, he's not gonna take it. I mean, you know, he's got other people watching him, you know, outside of this dimension. So, but you know, he now knows what it looks like, and now he's added to the list of things I must acquire.
It's the best part of DMing. It's just putting the temptation there in front of the players and letting them make the decisions.
He's not a scoundrel.
So about this time, who is it that has the ridiculous? One of you has a ridiculous passive perception. I don't remember who.
I do.
Yeah, it's. Look at the sheet real quick.
I don't know if anyone else does. I just know I do.
I have a pretty high passive perception.
only
It's not
14.
ridiculous though.
So, Saria, you notice the runes flash again on the molding next to the door, and you hear the click of the lock. The door opens up.
Cheese it.
She just watches.
And yeah, before stepping in, she kind of steps to the side and motions. And by this time, all of you have caught a glimpse of the door opening, and those that are not drooling over a full set of ion stones at the moment do see walking into the room a woman that looks to be of perhaps half-elven heritage. She is quite tall, pale skin, jet black, straight hair that goes just past her shoulder blades, and she looks to be in a very fancy dark purple evening gown that has gems kind of embedded in it in kind of random patterns that they almost look like stars in a way. And as she steps into the room and then turns to look back at Antia, you see also on the back of this evening gown, it's low cut, also goes just past her shoulder blades. Right at the bottom of that neckline is a upturned crescent moon.
I know who you worship.
Antia then steps in as well and closes the door.
So in the moment that the door opened and we saw the runes flash, Kage stands bolt upright, and he actually takes that time to switch to hybrid form. So he's got the fangs, the fox eyes, the fox ears, and the tails out.
Okay. So as Antia and this other person step in, close the door, they turn to look at you, and the woman gives a bit of a bow. Good evening, guests. I am Shayna. I heard one of you was looking for me.
I go up and quickly give her a hug.
She gives you a smile and a hug back. Can't say I was expecting to see you here. What a pleasant surprise.
Well, I've been looking for you for a while and no one's been around, so I'm just glad you're okay.
Apologies. We have been busy and keeping ourselves well hidden.
Good. I'm glad. I wasn't able to track you. That's even better. Worrisome, but also better.
I do apologize. I meant to send a messenger to you and yours, but have not found the time yet.
Understandable. It's all right.
I hope my little Antia here has been hospitable to you and your friends.
Oh, as she usually is. Little spitfire, that one.
Right, of course. So what can I help you with?
And I'll gesture out of the way so Kage can move forward.
Kage will approach her and put out his hand to shake her hand, greet her.
And she'll kind of clasp your hand with both of hers and just give it a slight squeeze in place of a handshake.
And when she does, he'll give a polite little bow. And he'll say, the Lady of the Sealy has sent me to aid your family in this time, and seems like I'll be going off with this one to help with her current predicament.
An emissary of the court. Well, Antia, it seems you're in good hands. Always in good hands with the Fae. And Antia just kind of scoffs at that. Give me a nature check, Kage.
Sure. That's going to be an 18.
18? You know what? Yeah, you'd probably pick up on this given your nature. Looking at Antia, it occurs to you suddenly that she feels like she is of Fae ancestry, and not just the lycanthropy. Like her actual race that she comes from feels very Fae to you.
Okay, I'll take note of that. This is going to sound a little weird, but just go with me for just a second. because it may play into something later on.
You have my attention.
So, no, this is me to DM. When Kage bowed, he took a deep breath through his nose to try to catch her scent specifically. And when he took her hand, he wanted to take note of the warmth she was radiating.
Okay.
I know it sounds weird, but
I'm with you.
basically trying to memorize as many details about her presence as possible.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to make you roll on that. I think that's just you knew what your intent was going in, and there's no rebuttal against it. So it's just something that you do.
So then he'll say to her, I'm sorry if I disturbed you, but I felt I would be remiss if I didn't at least try to meet the matriarch of your family and introduce
Matriarch,
myself.
Please, don't use that word. I'm the mother of all
There you
of
go,
these
chuckles.
wonderful children.
Well, it was a pleasure to meet you, and please do let me know if there's anything specific you might need from me.
I thank you for the offer. I will keep it in mind. There are troubling times ahead of us, so the help of someone such as yourself, I am sure, will be quite valuable. Should I think of anything, I will be sure to let little Antia here know, and she can relay the message.
Thank you. And he'll do a little bow again and take a step back.
And she bows in response. Now, if there's nothing else, I must return what it was I was partaking in before this. And she kind of lifts her hand up and wipes out one of her lips as she says that.
I
Good
don't
seeing
think
you.
I want to insight that.
I mean, she's probably going somewhere to, like, nom on something that they caught outside. So, I mean,
I mean, if anyone wants to insight, they can.
I don't like
I
Durden's
probably know.
Yeah, Durden's been here before. It's like, they have this, like, he already knows they have this thing about people not knowing they're werewolves, and they like to eat like stuff while it's still fresh. So
It's a safe assumption.
He's like, whatever. It's like, it's not me, so I'm cool.
So she turns around, puts a hand on Antia's shoulder and whispers something in her ear before proceeding to the door, and not doing what Antia does. She just grabs the door handle and opens it up and steps outside and closes it behind her. Well, that was something. Get what you needed from her, Kage.
Yeah, thanks.
So are we ready to go then? Is there anything else that any of you wish to do?
Can I borrow one of those? He points to the island. He points to the iron stones.
I'd prefer if you didn't. It's a full set, you see, very hard to get hold of.
I know.
Perhaps we can bargain for one of them later.
He nods.
If you all prove your worth, your... I don't want to say loyalty, because I'm not asking for that, but if you prove your friendship during this quest, then I would be perhaps willing to share some of my collection with some of you.
Well,
Even
you're
me.
even me.
Do you ever ask permission?
Sometimes as a courtesy, but it already happened.
My point exactly.
I didn't do it this time, though. I know how much you treasure your collections.
I do. I usually like to keep them tucked away when guests are over, but I didn't have the time.
Sure, sure.
But I have guests. Sometimes. Occasionally. They're mostly wolves, but they matter too.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking of, like, humans or humanoid, non.
I wouldn't trouble
Animal.
myself.
Exactly. So this is a good step for you. This is a good learning experience. You're all about learning.
I am indeed. Well, if we're all ready to go then, let's say we get this adventure started. Now, I must remind you, I want Eugene alive. If you have to knock him around a bit, that's fine, but I want him alive.
I'm only here to get Snowdrop back. If I have to go through him, I will, but I will try to preserve his body as much as possible.
I suppose that's all I can ask for. Now, I'll try to get us as close as possible, but as I mentioned, the place is protected, so we may be a distance away.
I'll get as close as you can, and we'll do the rest.
That's the plan. And she places her hand on one of the corner beams in this room. And as she does, a small circle is traced on the beam in an arcane light, much like most of the other circles that you've seen in this room light up. And a glow emanates beneath each of you as you are suddenly teleported out of the room, assuming you are all willing.
No, I'm more staying behind. Just kidding.
Now, could somebody, any of you, give me a percentile roll to see where you end up?
You're
Scared.
If you want the worst possible roll, I'll roll it.
79.
79. Okay, let's have a look at the old teleport table here. 79 is
I think it's close, but not quite. If you haven't modified it.
79 is on target.
Is it on target?
Yeah, it depends on familiarity.
73 and below is
okay.
the other ones, but 79 is on target. So you are all suddenly and immediately transported from this room to a destination. You don't know exactly where it was that you were headed, but you trust in your companion to get you as close as you possibly can, given the protection on the area.
It's super cold.
Well, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Durden,
Yes.
your vision is dark, encompassed entirely by blackness, as though you've closed your eyes and went to sleep, except you're conscious, you're aware, but you feel disembodied. And as you
That's not good.
ponder your situation, you begin to hear a noise, muffled at first, but gradually becoming clearer and clearer. Voices. And your vision soon follows, blurry and dark, like you're looking through a pane of frosted glass, until it too becomes clear. Though still framed in darkness, like a vignette of shadowy tendrils that gently writhe around the edges of your vision. The loudest voice is deep and gruff, and it sounds almost as though it's coming from you, as though you're occupying the body of someone else, listening to them, watching through them, a passenger in their mind. Be careful out there. The roads outside the gates haven't been cleared in some time. For a brief moment, you think the voice is talking to you, but you quickly realize that you can see other people around whoever it is that you're occupying. They seem to be loading wooden crates onto a large cart of some kind. You can't make out what's inside them, and they bear no identifying marks other than the name Moordale printed on their side. As the last crate is loaded onto the cart, you hear the voice again. Our hard work is paying off. The neighboring towns have taken notice. In a few more years, we'll be shipping to every major city in Icarus. You watch as one of the men climbs up onto the front of the cart and grabs the reins of some kind of woolly pack animal that's affixed to the front of it.
Have
Be safe.
Have I seen that beast like before?
You have not.
Okay.
Be safe, Grisham. Take it slow, take it easy. Take a few days to relax once you get there. You've earned it. As the cart begins to move off, your vision fades to black once more. Then your eyes suddenly snap open. You take in a deep breath, as though you've been holding it this entire time. And all of you are spread about the area. Messy landing for a teleportation, but you're intact. The skies are heavy overcast. It is daytime, though. There's enough light for all of you to have no trouble finding each other as you pick yourselves up off the ground.
Durden's hyperventilating.
And most of you probably see this as you approach his area.
Yeah, he actually occupied another person's being. The most highest form of mind, nonsense you can possibly do, and he was thrown into it. He's not happy, and he's trying to process everything that he just experienced.
Come on, Durden. Teleported before? I know you have.
Forge going over to him, kneeling down. Are you okay, Durden?
Did any of you see that?
We were there, now we're here.
There was no sights.
No, I was in something's head.
Some people pay good money for that.
In the head, how?
I don't know. I hate this stuff. I was in someone's head, and he was loading boxes on a cart, and there was some sort of weird, big woolly cow, goat, something. I don't know what the fuck it was. And there's some dude named Grisham riding the cart. They're trying to sell something to other towns in Moordale, wherever the hell that is.
And when you say that,
That is
you
weird.
hear Antia several feet away, who's in the midst of doing some sort of ritual. And she calls out, Moordale, that's where we're headed.
Well, there's some sort of cart of boxes of something, I don't know what the hell, leaving there. And I don't know what it is, but he throws up. Just from, just the hyperventilating and just, all the craziness with the mind, nonsense. He's just like, bleh. He's only got a 12 constitution, so he's not used to stuff like this. So.
That's fair.
I'm not even gonna.
Most people probably aren't used to stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother rolling it. He's
Comfortably, just like giving him like a comforting rub on the back as he's throwing up.
Kage will take a knee in front of dirt and not in the pile of vomit, but actually showing a little bit of concern. Dude, just breathe. Did any of the voices sound familiar?
It's like, I don't know who the hell any of those people were. Just, I couldn't even see them. It was all black and just globs of people, and I don't know. Just, I don't. This doesn't seem right.
Roll me a history check, Durden.
Oh, that's gonna fail. I can tell you that right now.
You can do it, man. You can do it.
It's like, let's see, 14. Like, I don't have any pluses on that.
14. Yeah, no, 14 is good enough. As you're explaining this and thinking about it, and your mind is starting to be your own once again, and your senses are coming back to you. That voice seems familiar to you. Is that Eugene's voice? You think it's Eugene's voice that you heard?
And then, Durno goes, son of a bitch. Like, how am I in his head? What the fuck?
Whose head?
Eugene. It was Eugene. His voice is like ringing in my head like a fucking bell.
You heard Eugene?
Yes, he's doing some, like, he's carting stuff out of that town to other places. I don't know what it is.
If you said something, Raven, you were muted.
What would he be guarding?
Oh,
And I look directly at I'm horrible with names.
Antia?
Antia.
She appears to have just checked out from this conversation. She's busy putting up some sort of warding magic, likely the spells that she had told you guys that she would be concentrating on.
And now Perseus just stands there and does the uncomfortable cat stare at Antia.
Well, while she's doing all that, Dirk, maybe just take a moment, pull your head together, and see if you can't remember, like, how much you can remember, and just
he'll recall again the image as best he can to everyone, and then he's just like talking to himself, and and he's just trying to basically talk himself down, but he's not doing it in common. If anyone either knows like Draconic or Celestial, it's like a mix of both. And like while he's doing that, it sounds like he's trying to talk to somebody, but whoever he's trying to talk to, if you can understand what he's saying, the person that he's trying to talk to, he only talks to that person in Celestial.
Do any of you speak Celestial?
Yep.
It's okay, Durden.
the intensity.
One moment, I'm a nerd.
No, I don't. I thought I did. I do not.
Zorro's over here. Let me consort the Rolodex of languages I know.
I
know
only
a small
speak
handful.
Draconic.
I know a small handful, and I thought I knew Celestial. I do not.
So the Draconic, it's basically he's talking to himself, telling himself, just to shake it off, and he's basically telling himself to forget it. Like he's trying to force himself into denial.
So she's probably gonna come over and pull off her pack some food and be like, "Food makes me feel better. Here." Eat.
and he just gets green, like 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 through his alabaster skin, he just like it's like no food. Oh, it's just
Not
like,
understand this.
it's like get away from me! I can't eat anything right now. He's just like, and he's just gonna is there a tree or something nearby that he can just
There,
like, you
there
know?
is actually indeed a tree nearby. It doesn't have any leaves or anything on it. It's just bare wood. Granted, it's autumn, so it makes sense. But it is nearby. Yeah.
So he basically is going to like just sit under the tree, and he's just gonna take a swig from his canteen and like wash his mouth out, and he's just gonna just write down as much as he can remember from the vision in his tome, just so he can reference it later.
She was very confused, so she was going to follow him and do a medicine check to try and see what's wrong with him. Why is he refusing food?
What's
That's
he
weird.
refusing food?
Roll that medicine check.
You don't refuse food. That's
Not
weird.
refuse food. That's an 11.
An 11. I mean, it kind of looks like he's panicking for some reason, but there's nothing to panic for. There's no reason to panic. You don't really understand what's going on.
It's okay. It was just magic travel. It feels weird in the tummy, though. I get it.
He's like, I'm not even gonna bother. And he did.
Awkward pat.
Daria will walk up to him, and she'll take out this small wand-like looking contraption on her side, and hidden underneath between the vines and everything, she plucks what looks like a very, very small, deep purple with hints of blue kind of looking berry, and she hands it over to you. This might help a little bit. And she hands you a good berry just to kind of help settle your stomach.
The Adventure Archive. Thank you for that raid.
Oh wow! Thank you much.
And this entire time, Perseus has been like creeping closer to.
I just
Okay.
have
As it
this.
should be.
I
As it
just-
should
Just,
be.
Is he gonna
just
do-
staring at her like, hello?
Is he gonna do
Hi.
that thing that cats do when they want your attention? They reach out and start poking you with the paw.
Well, he didn't answer when the question was directed, so it's like,
I mean,
is she okay?
he's got rapiers. So I mean, if he wants to poke her,
Yeah,
he's got
that's
the
very
proper
true.
equipment.
But it's that
And-
ever creeping closer doing this hello.
Durden knows what a good berry is. He'll take it, but he won't eat it right now.
And it basically resembles, her good berries resemble huckleberries.
Okay. And where is Kage at this point in time?
Right now, Kage is like looking around. All right, well, he needs some time, and she's obviously doing whatever. And he snaps his fingers, and a snow white gear falcon appears. He goes, looks at it, scooches it under the beak. Let's get a lay of the land, shall we? And he throws it up and takes a seat. His eyes go milk white.
Okay. So as you throw it up in the air, give me a perception check, if you would. And how high up does it go?
Well, I don't know, comfortable cruising altitude, 120
Yeah.
feet-ish.
So I mean,
120
it's at
feet, okay.
it's at 28,000 feet. With the small headwind.
I mean, it's a falcon, not a jetliner, but sure, why not? It's good. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Okay. So you and Saria hear this at the same time. A stomping or a vibration in the ground below you, and the accompanied noise that it brings. And as you stop what you're doing and kind of turn your head to better direction your ears towards the source of this noise, you hear a faint growling and gurgling noise as well. And you look around you and you don't see immediately the source of this noise, because the wind in the area is picking up loose snow from the surface of the ground and thrashing it about in the area, kind of disrupting your vision a little bit. And then you see a shape in the distance, just ahead of you, proceeding forward through this whipped up snow. And about that time, the rest of you begin to feel those vibrations in the ground as well, the stomping of some creature making its way towards you. Give me another perception check, Kage.
Am I currently seeing through my familiar's eyes?
Seeing through your familiar's eyes, feeling the ground below you.
Right, me.
Yes.
So yeah, I definitely direct my familiar towards overhead that thing. Oh, even better. Not by much, but better. 21.
21, okay. That is enough as you bring your familiar a little bit closer to the ground to get a better look at these shapes that you've now spotted making their way towards you. You see several of them. One of them you recognize in its kind of viscous, slippery, black, inky form, this amorphous shape that is sloughing across the ground toward you. Not too far from it is another one that you recognize. Inky black tendrils whipping out across its almost werewolf-like form in its digigrade stance. You swoop your familiar around the area again, and you pick up sight of the large, twisted, corrupted form of those almost Minotaur-like creatures that you encountered once before as well. Purple and black tendrils whipping out through every orifice on their head. Their long, muscly arms dragging across the ground as they push forward. And there's something else with them. Something much bigger. Something much more grotesque.
Okay, so the second my familiar has visual on these, I start relaying several ink shadow monsters coming from whatever direction it is, and I relay, the general sizes and shapes of what I'm seeing, and then I'll stand up, break the visual, and activate or grab my rapier, move to be between them and Antia, whichever direction they're coming from, and if you'll allow me, activate the right, or my blood right.
The right you will have to do on your first turn of initiative.
Okay.
I was going to say, if you allow it, when you said that we both heard felt the tremble, I was going to do something with my stick thingy that I've got. I'm going to activate it.
Yeah, you can do that since you felt the tremble at the same time Kage did. Yeah.
Okay, so she pulls out this wand-like looking thing, and she presses a button towards the bottom of it, and it suddenly just shoots out into this huge flaming blade that bursts with fire and then quickly is entangled with more vines and azaleas through the fire. So the fire is burning through it, but it's not burning the actual vines or anything on it as this very interesting blade just bursts out. She's just at the ready and on guard.
I'm going to move us over to a map here. Now, I do have dynamic lighting turned on for this, so you should see your vision affected appropriately.
I have
That's
blind
cool.
sight.
I keep having the most horrible trouble on my Saturday game with the dynamic lighting. It just refuses to work for me consistently.
I will, what was it, Shift Z to bring up the token?
Yep.
So this is the one, the first one that Kage spotted.
Oh, that's not
Which-
Icker. All the icker.
All of you, aside from Shu and Saria, will recognize.
Yep.
And
Oh.
the second one here is this guy.
Oh.
The lovely Minotaur Corruption is this guy.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, that doesn't look friendly at all.
I haven't encountered any of these shadow creatures.
You have not.
Okay.
And all of you see their shapes stepping through this snow mist, accompanied by a creature that you have never seen before, corrupted just as much, if not more, than the rest of them. It is massive in size, and a purple light almost emanates from it through the writhing tendrils beneath its skin and hardened scales. It looks like perhaps the closest thing you can think of that it maybe once was a dragonborn, but it hasn't been that for a long time.
Oh, yay.
That looks cool.
comforting.
That looks badass.
That looks like it's gonna bring a lot of pain.
I'm a punch.
Bring on the pain.
I'm a punch it.
I won't punch
I
it.
need
I mean,
everybody
yes.
That's a forge option.
to roll initiative for me.
Oh, what's my initiative?
Okay. That is helpful. Not.
Just open up 10,000 character sheets now.
Yep.
Of course, I couldn't just give all of them the same decks to make my own life easier. They all have to have different numbers for this.
I learned that the hard way when a bunch of stuff comes out in Mass Effect. I'm like, y'all do the same goddamn thing.
I purposely have them have, you know, different dexes if it warrants it, so that way they don't clump in initiative. Just because that can just end badly.
Those guys rolled terribly on their decks.
Worse than mine.
I don't think I put them on there. Those guys also rolled terribly on their. This better not be another giant scenario.
Yes, please be another giant scenario.
A little bit better.
Ah, the map. No, fuck.
That is not a guy you want rolling high on his initiative.
How do you undo an action on OBS?
Control Z.
In OBS?
It's Control Z is universal undo. So if
Yeah,
you-
that's a
Thank
Windows
God.
level undo.
Thank
Yeah.
God. Okay.
And because the camera switch. We just need to swap Kage and Perseus.
This is a Freaky Friday episode. I told you this.
That's fair. That's
Kage,
fair.
you ready to sneak attack?
Hell yeah.
You are muted.
You're muted, but I understand.
I know exactly how to play Perseus. It's all good. Stab, stab, mew, mew.
Stab me.
Yes.
Stab, stab.
No,
Mew,
Mew Mew is Thor's hammer. Wrong Mew Mew.
Meow, meow.
Meow meow.
Stab, stab, meow, meow.
Yes.
Meow 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 meow.
So it
Defiant
looks-
meow if you miss.
It looks like
Meow.
Kage is going to be kicking off initiative for us.
Hoo boy. Okay. So,
Am I just missing Kage on the map here?
No, he's on the far right side of the map, so probably just out of your vision range.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of between the two.
Yeah. Unfortunately, everybody sees my vision. So
yeah,
That's
I,
acceptable.
I knew that was going to happen, but I just went with it anyway.
Sacrifices must be made.
It'll be as much of a surprise for the audience as it will be for you, Roger.
That just means you have to be in the middle the whole time.
I mean, that's where Forge is most of the time.
or just the spectator cam.
Forge is always knee deep in combat.
Yup.
let's see here. So, what I think. Why won't it pull up my character sheet now? Okay. Switching to D&D Beyond. So I want to use my bonus action to activate my Blood Right, or Crimson Right,
Okay.
which is fire, and it's a D4. Ooh! I had to take 4 damage.
Of course.
Okay, so that's done. Then what I'm going to do is, can you indicate on the map where Antioch is? Look, I know she's not on the map, but
Nope, she
Like,
is.
which
She's like
direction?
right behind you in the bottom right corner.
oh, that's Antioch.
Yeah, here, I'll shift dead her token as well. Antia, that is
Yeah.
what
Oh, sorry,
she
Antia.
looks like.
Very
I remember that.
Okay. See here. So just to give himself a little bit more space for the time being, he's going to move back, and then he's going to. Let's see here. Did we know if any elements worked well on them from previous fight?
I believe you determined that they were resistant to necrotic.
Okay. So, free action, he's gonna yell out real quick. For those newbies out there, don't use necrotic on these guys. And- yeah, that should work. 'Cause that's got a radius of. Oh, that's only a radius of 5? Never mind. I'm going to unload a salvo of Eldritch Blast into one of the smaller guys over here.
Guy is a corrupted shadow.
What is my spell attack modifier? That is a +9. So, the lowest is a 19.
That will hit.
In total, he will take 14 force damage.
Okay. 14 force damage.
That's my turn for now.
Right, that will bring us to you, Saria.
Okay, so I can just see some of them. Yeah, then I'm like, oh shit, there's a lot of them.
Yes, there is.
I figured because when you describe some of them, I'm like, I can't see it. That's terrifying. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, since that's as far as I can go and I don't want to dash, I'm gonna go ahead and what is the radius of this? Hold on. 30-foot radius. God damn. Fox, if you could be so kind, because my brain can't comprehend this, can you do a 30-foot radial sphere, please?
I certainly can with the circle tool that Roll20 just added to the toolbar.
Under the brush. Oh my god, they added circle. Yes. Oh my god, that is awesome.
And that is a very large circle.
Yes, it is.
For anyone who's watching, and
I'm not seeing it. Where is it?
I don't think he's adding it yet.
The I haven't put the circle on the map yet, but the
Yeah.
circle tool is under the
paintbrush
shape tools. If you mouse over the
Oh yeah.
where the draw shape and
Yeah.
stuff is.
For anyone that doesn't know or hasn't DN previously in Roll20, to create a circle, you had to like use, I think, the Alt key.
Yep.
For the draw shape to get the circle. Like
Finger yoga for random shapes.
Yeah. Oh my god, having a circle icon is beautiful. I love it.
I just need to know where to
Appropriate
put
circle.
this. Oh god, who did that one? Oh, that's
That was
Kage.
me. Where's he going?
Yeah, let's have it a little further out so I'm not in it. Yeah, that's
I assume you're trying to get as many dudes as possible.
Yes, I am.
wanna try
Especially
and
big
get
boy.
The guys on the right more or the guys on the left more?
The guys on the right more. Just because her tactic is trying to get the big baddies out. So she will go ahead, and as she's running over, she's gonna reach into her pouch and she's gonna pull out this small pebble, and she just squeezes it really hard as it shatters. And when she gets to that point, she's going to take a knee real quick and slam it into the ground. And a second goes by before that area just starts to tremble and quake as these very jagged stones, very slender and pointed, just start shooting out at different angles, all in this area. They need to make a dexterity saving throw as she casts Force of Spears.
Right. The big Minotaur guy closest to you is going to roll 16 on his save.
I should probably check to see what my DC is.
Probably.
That's a
Otherwise,
fail.
I'm going to assume it's 10.
That's a fail.
Other Minotaur guy is going to also fail with a 9.
Okay.
Big guy is going to fail with a 6.
Yes.
Shadow guy over there. Shadow guy
I'm
over there.
nervous. Why am I nervous?
Oh yeah, shadow guy.
New
over there
character
is gonna get
jitters.
Yeah,
27.
part of that. Yeah, I'm going out of my comfort zone with this.
Mm-hmm.
27, I assume, succeeds.
27
and
succeeds. Yes.
Then a 16 fails. So all
Yes.
but one of them failed.
Awesome. Okay, so they take 5d8 piercing damage and are restrained. So basically, the restraint, I would imagine, with these jagged rocks would kind of pierce through parts of their flesh to
Yep.
keep them from moving. A creature that starts its turn in the area is already restrained by the spears takes an extra 2d8 damage from the pain from being held aloft, as well as bleeding from its wounds. Creature restrained by the spears can also use its action to make a strength or dexterity check, its choice, against your spell save DC. On a successful save, it frees itself. For the duration of the spell, this area is difficult terrain. The spears can be damaged, but they are immune to piercing damage.
Spike growth on steroids.
Yep.
Yeah, so all of them except one of them, the one that's saved, takes half damage and is not restrained.
Is that from
Okay.
Deep Magic?
Yeah.
So you notice that the two big Minotaur guys are very clearly restrained. That little guy in the far back is very clearly restrained. But the biggest guy just kind of kicks the spines away.
Okay. Too big to pierce. I have quite a few I need to roll, so hold on, because this is a higher level spell.
That's fair.
That is 30 bludgeoning damage? Piercing damage. And then all but the big boy are restrained right now.
And the guy that saved, does he take half?
He takes half, so he takes 15.
Okay.
God, the range on this is ridiculous too. And that's it. That is all she can do right now, since she's not close enough to whack anyone.
That is a good turn. Now it is the corrupted servants, Minotaur guys. Do they need to do anything at the start of their turn?
The restrained ones have to make a strength or dexterity save. Their call.
Do they have to, or can they choose?
They have to. They can. So they. Hold on. First of all, they start their turn. If they're on the spear, they start their turn and get that damage. That's double sevens, 14.
Nice.
The
14
text-
more piercing damage from the
text-
pain.
The text from this spell says that it's a save and not a check.
It's a save. Yeah, it's a save so they can free themselves.
Okay.
So they have to use, so the creature restrained by the spirits can use its action.
Can use, okay.
So they don't have to, but they take damage regardless if they start our turn on being skewered.
You know what?
They don't
You're
have to.
just out of his range, which is unfortunate. So he's gonna go ahead and use his action to try and break free.
Okay.
Let's go. There it is. And strength. You're allowed to use strength.
Strength or dex, yes.
Okay, strength is what they will use. First guy, the one closest to you, it's a 21.
That saves. So it kind of crumbles around him as it frees him.
And the other guy is going to do the same thing. I don't think that's going to make it, though. He got a 14.
No, he's still restrained.
So he's still restrained. This one is not.
And that does use their action.
Uses their action, yeah.
Mhm.
And it is difficult terrain.
It is.
So
It is
20.
until I say it isn't anymore.
That will get him up to there with his movement, though.
Okay.
And he... Oh, man. Why didn't I give these guys bonus actions? That's all he's going to do, I guess. Perseus, you're up.
It is contemplating.
Perseus is suffering movement issues here.
Yeah, the one I wish I had Mobo.
Actually, no, this is fine. So I'm going to use my bonus action and dash
Okay.
because rogue life. So 35 will get me
70.
there.
Oh.
The problem is I couldn't see things. I needed to see.
Yeah.
And you know what? I don't know what our newfound party member actually does, but I saw spells, which means must protect.
Okay, so you moved within 5 feet of the corrupted servant, so I do need you to make a dexterity save for me as you step into this slick, inky substance that is being secreted from its body.
Checking rogue BS. One moment. Okay, no rogue yes to cover that. And you said dexterity?
Yep.
Okay.
I know it's trivial asking you to make a dex save, but
You would think that if my dice loved me. 13?
a 13 will not do it. You will slip and fall prone.
Neat. I still have...
More than
Can
half
I
the
use
movement
part
left.
of my dash action
Yeah,
movement to stand
so
back up?
Standing up is half of your normal amount of movement.
Okay, so I just sort of stand back up at that point.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Anyone that's dashing, or if you're a monk and can spend 5 feet of movement to stand up, is gonna make these guys real mad.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. We don't do that shit.
And I'm going to pull out the trusty rapier and stab the thing that is in melee range of an ally.
Stab away.
Sorry, long time, no rogue. Who dis?
New question mark characters once a year?
It's been a year. Just
returning
give me a
character who
moment.
just
Uh,
wouldn't it be a problem? This is our campaign.
Right?
You know, I
I know,
absolutely
right?
Yeah.
Ain't got time for that shit, man.
Hmm.
Yeah, okay. That is a dirty 20 to hit.
A dirty 20 will hit.
Neat. Okay, so that's
Poor guy.
pile of d6s. And d8s. Oh, that's a lot of big numbers on those. Plus 5. Okay. Oh. It's 10. 16. 20. 33, 34, 35 damage.
It's a heavy hit.
Rogue.
He's none too pleased with that. So he's gonna go ahead and use his reaction to make a slam attack against the little kitty cat.
Okay. Oh, also Deep Slice will go off with that.
Yes, that's right. Well, this is the Giants all over again. I don't think a 12 hits you.
A 12 definitely does not hit me.
Now he's even more angry.
He can be angry. He's also now bleeding.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna get to do for this round.
Okay. That will bring us to the corrupted juggernaut. He is in difficult terrain. So he's going to use his bonus action to dash. So let's see. What he's going to do. Right. He uses bonus action to dash, and he charges in right over here, using most of that dashed movement. He's going to use his trampling charge ability, as he has moved at least 20 feet towards its target. He's going to make a gore attack against you, Saria. Does a 23 hit you?
It does.
Okay. The
Your spear, terrain, concentration.
That is going to be 16 piercing damage.
Okay.
And you need to make a strength saving throw for me, please.
I will use Flash of Inspiration to give you a +5.
Thank you.
Love that ability.
Yeah.
What's my
Or I'm
strength?
sorry,
Oh, my
Flash of
strength's not bad.
Genius.
Class of genius.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oscar. Oscar is
Sorry,
always
strength
used
save, you said, right?
Strength save, yes.
Nice. Okay. 24.
24 makes it. You are not knocked prone,
Yay! Don't knock me on my butt.
which means he does not get to make a free gouge attack on you.
Oh.
Oh,
No.
jeez.
No, thank you.
Oh my
No, thank
God.
you. Your host.
He is, however, going to use his next attack to try and grapple you. So this will be his athletics versus your athletics or acrobatics.
Oh, I'm proficient in athletics. All right.
The number to beat is 28.
Oh, even if I nat 20, I won't make it. So nope.
Well, no, if you nat 20, then you make it because the nat 20 turns your failure to a success. So that's your only shot.
Yeah, but I have to beat a 28. If I nat 20, the best I can do is a 25. I
No.
still will fail.
On the ability checks, it doesn't auto success.
Oh, God.
Only
Yeah.
on the hits it auto
Yeah.
successes.
So it's yeah. So this is it. I'm not even gonna bother because even if I nat 20, I won't be able to make it.
So he just brings down this mass of tendrils that is his arm on top of you, and you feel them tighten around your body. And he will use his final attack in this round to attempt his bifurcate ability.
Jesus.
I don't know what the frick that is.
What the fuck?
That's ripping in half.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes,
New spellcaster, who dis? What do I have to roll to maintain concentration?
it is a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, it's like
It's a
it-
Constitution
And the
Versus
DC,
half damage.
Yeah, the
damage.
DC equals 10 or half the damage you took, whichever is higher.
And you should have advantage with Warcaster.
Yes.
I do.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it's 16 on the die, so I keep the Forest of Spears is still up. I'm
Okay,
good.
so as he has got you grappled, this mass of tendrils wrapped around your body, he brings his other arm around and grips onto your right arm,
Oh.
pushes with one arm and pulls with the other, attempting to rip your arm off.
That's no.
What the fuck?
I need you to make a strength save for me.
I'll give her another Flash of Genius because
Is it a
ow,
reaction to do that?
It's not. It's just
Okay.
whenever somebody
Yeah.
I can see within 30 feet of me
That's probably
makes
a good thing.
an ability check or saving throw, I can give them a modifier. So it's a
Fuck,
+5.
I should have used this ahead of time. Oops. Oh well, nothing I can do about it now. So what do I need to do?
Strength save for me,
Yep,
please.
and you've got a
Okay.
+5 again.
Okay. +5s. It's a 23.
23. Okay, with the encouragement of your allies, you are able to resist this bifurcation.
Thank God.
That is the end of that guy's turn. Shoo,
Support tank.
you're up.
That dude needs to die.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Ford. I was hoping he gets skewered. I'm sure you already knew this, but that was difficult terrain, so he.
Yeah, he
made
had
a
to
dash.
use his bonus action to dash through.
Okay, and just a second. Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure that it was if you started in the area, you still get the damage, but no, if you're restrained, you get that damage. So never mind. He's good. He's cool.
So, being told not to use necrotic damage, I rolled to see which damage she's going to activate her hand wraps with. I rolled a 4 on my d6, so she's actually going to activate him with radiant damage.
Okay.
So that's her bonus action. She's going to clap her hands together, and the wraps around her hands will suddenly start shimmering. She is going to run forward, and with all of her movement, get up to this guy. I don't want to be like right next to everyone else.
Okay.
That seems like a bad idea.
When you get within 5 feet of him, I need a strength or dexterity, saving throw.
That's an 18.
An 18, you're fine. You do not slip.
All right. And then we are going to punchity punch.
Punch away, monk.
So the first one is a 23 to hit.
That will hit.
And that's going to be a 7, 3, so it's 13 points. Let's see. 13 points of radiant damage.
Okay.
I'm going to attempt to punch him again. This one's a plus 9 is 28.
That will hit.
Right, and I'm going to pump the extra damage in on this one.
Okay.
So that's 12 points plus 17 points of radiant damage.
Very nice.
And then I think was actually. Yeah, nope, that'll be then my turn.
Alright. Good turn. Decent damage against that guy. Forge, you're up.
Well, all right, so Forge, first off, is just gonna like do a little knock on the lantern on his hip to wake up the Fright and Wisp lantern.
Forgot that thing.
To generate 30 feet of light around him.
Okay.
He's gonna look over the Beauregard. He's like, "Let's go, 99." Gonna run in, and when he gets here, he's gonna pat Shu on the back and cast haste on her.
Nice.
I forget what haste does. I'll look it up.
I'll bring it up for you.
Yep.
If it lets me bring it up.
Click.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, okay. I just didn't hear.
Chapter.
I just didn't hear the beep.
I heard the beep beep.
And then then afterwards he's gonna stand there.
Okay. When you move there, I need a dexterity saving throw.
19.
19, you're good.
All right. And when he gets there, now is as good as time as any. He's gonna like tap on the black gem on his chest. He's gonna activate the action surge.
Ooh, okay. I should have had this prepared, but I totally did not. As you activate that, sir. God, where did I put it? I need you to roll a D100 for me.
I always love rolling those. They're always
So
fun.
that's why I always try and stuff them into any game I'm
3.
running.
A whole 3.
Oh, that's not good.
Where did I put that chart? There it is.
I mean, it could just be a table, and those are fun.
Nah, dude,
Yeah.
we're gonna get the freaking the
Piano
nonsense
falls out of nowhere.
with the freaking Ixis. It's the Ixis nonsense.
Forge is now gonna believe he can summon pianos.
This is very curious, given what you are. I don't know if this would even work. Given that, though. Yeah, I'm gonna say this has no effect on you, because you don't really understand what emotions are yet.
Nope, the Warforged have the ability to feel emotion. Just Forged hasn't learned that yet.
If you were a bit older, this would have worked.
Yeah.
But you're not, so it doesn't. So you have successfully avoided breaking down into a crying fit and going incapacitated.
Weird emotion. Can't process.
Why am I leaking?
Now for action surge, I get my 2 attacks, correct?
Yeah, action surge gives you the attack ability if you want to take it, which also gives you any extra attacks that you may
It
have.
basically pretends like you just started your turn.
Gotcha. All right, so he's gonna
New
make.
attack action.
Yep, he's gonna make a an attack with his radiant maul.
Okay.
That's gonna be a 14.
14 will not hit.
Okay. And 12 is gonna miss too.
Yeah.
Okay. And so Overcharge's gonna come over here.
Okay, and I don't remember, is that thing immune to power?
He's got the horseshoes of the Zephyr on.
Yeah, I thought there was something like that on
He's
him.
hovering 4 inches off the ground.
Yeah, so he doesn't need to make the save.
And going to use a force empowered rend.
Okay.
Uh, 16.
16 will miss as well,
Damn.
unfortunately.
All right.
Close, but not quite.
And that is everything I can do for this moment.
That will bring us to the Corrupted Shadows. Start with the one on the left there. It is going to... It sees a little kitty cat over here, so it's just going to run right up to it. And make a couple of attacks. Well, a few attacks. Not with an @1, though.
Hey.
Giants have cursed me.
The corrupted spirits of the giants return.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to say that it goes for the swing and kind of stumbles over itself a little bit and loses one of its attacks this round because of that. So it now only has one remaining attack. Go in for the bite on the kitty cat and I think miss with a 15. Misses. This one over here on the far right side. How far is Kage? Exactly within his 40 feet of movement. He's going to sprint over to you, Kage. Go in for a swipe. Miss. Roll a 3 on the die. Plus his modifier, I know misses. Second swipe with a different die. Does a 16 hit you, Kage?
No.
Okay. That die also goes in the bad pile. And finally going in for a bite attack. Does a 19 hit you?
It meets.
Okay, so that will do bad damage as well. 11 piercing damage. The end of that guy's turn. This one up here is in difficult terrain, but not restrained. Thankfully, it does have a standing leap ability, though.
Is that thankful?
For me, you can do
Damn.
a standing leap up to the distance of his movement speed.
Nice.
What?
That's
You're not
pretty good.
supposed to jump over
What?
my
That's
fucking
nice.
spear forest. How
That's
dare
nice.
you?
Hey, you guys saw this ability in the last Sonata. You knew it was there.
It's like almost a year ago, man. I'm not gonna remember all that nonsense.
Like I love being on the side of HP Fox's monsters because it's like I get the feel of what you guys go against when you go against like my DM bullshit.
I love creating.
Damn it, it
monsters,
doesn't say
man.
how
I
high
love it.
these are either. God damn it.
Unfortunately, though, his movement speed is only 40 feet, so I don't think that gets him in range of anything.
Oh, he can only do a standing leap of 40 feet.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know.
What a scrub.
Fuck you.
What a scrub.
So
Fuck
he
you.
can do that, though. And
Get
he
good.
has to go in a straight line when he does it, so there's that as well.
Yeah, no wanted bullshit where you just curve.
get him to here, just on top of that snowdrift. And he will... Oh, he has a ranged attack. I forgot about that. I forgot these guys had the ooze toss ability.
Try not to sound so happy about it.
I'm sorry. I didn't get to use these guys very much in the last one because you guys slaughtered them. So I have my opportunity now.
Rightfully so.
Thank you, Snowdrop.
Let's see. I think he's got to do it at Kage though, because everyone else is really far away. Oh, you see him pull off a chunk of himself and throw it directly at you, Kage. And it hits the ground and spreads out in a 10-foot radius. So it does capture both Antia and his buddy in it. There's that fancy circle tool to draw a circle.
Yeah, but doesn't the other one just like walk out of it since it's made of the same nonsense?
I mean, it may.
I mean, if they can affect each other, I mean that's pretty weird. But all right, I'll take it.
Well, this
I
is.
mean, there's friendly fire for almost every other AoE, so.
Yeah, it's. 20 is
Foreign
not
matter.
cooperating with me, and I can't move that circle. But just pretend that circle is centered on Kage. It's where it's supposed to be. I'll delete it when roll 20 cooperates. So let's see what that does. It is a random effect, so I don't get to choose that at least. Okay, so as the ooze kind of spreads out in that area, it then begins to kind of turn to a mist in the area around you, and it lightly obscures the area, so you don't have to worry about it affecting your ranged stuff. But as you're centered in it, Kage, you see flashes of lightning begin to dart around in that mist cloud.
Is that the Divinity Original Sin 2? What the hell is this? Like an electrified steam cloud?
Quick, throw
Pretty
fire
much,
in it. That's
yeah.
fine.
But I
But-
like lightning.
The steam cloud does not do anything on this turn. So we will move on to Durden.
Alrighty. So we're going to do a lot of stuff this round. So he's going to step over here, and his little owl dude is like on his shoulder, so he's going to step up with him. So anyone who's looking at Durden or has, passive perception greater than 10, Durden starts to cast, and like he doesn't let people get close to him, so no one really notices. But there are these, flecks of skin that are basically scales, like randomly throughout his body, and when he starts casting, they turn like gold. So he has like this like weird gold pattern that manifests when he casts. And I'm going to burn 3 sorcery points, so that way I can twin spell haste on Forge and Perseus.
Yo,
Very nice.
speedy bot.
Speedy bot.
Katie approves.
So let me take those 3 off, and then because more sorcery bullshit, I'm gonna spend another 2 sorcery points to turn my firebolt from an action to a bonus action, so I can now cast it as a spell. And then I'm going to spend another sorcery point to twin spell that firebolt, and I'm going to shoot the big dude and his slightly smaller buddy next to him.
All right, fire away. That will hit either of them because they have the same AC. Which one is that one targeting? The big guy first?
Yeah, the big guy first.
Okay.
And the other one is a 24.
That will also hit.
14, so that's going to be... So, oh, that's right. You did see that. So that is 6, 19 plus 5, so that's 24 to the big guy.
Very nice.
And 19 plus 1.
19, okay. Pretty solid hit. That guy is not looking great at the moment.
And that is all Durden can do.
Alright. That will bring us around to the smallest guys far in the back there, the corrupted hosts. They are pretty far away. Let's see. This guy has just enough movement to get right there. Sorry, Perseus, you're just the closest all the time.
That's fun.
But now his AC is +2.
That
True.
Perseus is getting a lot of AC, and I'm okay with this.
I'm not, because I'm rolling really poorly.
But it's gonna get so much worse for you.
So what can these guys do? Okay, he's gonna make a whip attack against that one. That ends his turn. He has another attack, but that ends his turn. Just like his buddy, he goes in for the swipe and totally misjudges the height of this little cat in the snow.
It's like,
Overshoots and stumbles over himself,
it's like whiff.
screwing up his
2'7".
opportunity for
That's
another
easy
attack.
to misjudge a hit.
So this other guy up here is really far away from everyone. So he's gonna have to dash. Some 60 feet of movement. Can he get to cover? He can get to Kage. But that's all he could do because he had to use his action to dash. And now it is your turn, Kage.
Well, it seems I find myself in a little bit of a predicament.
A little bit.
Let's see here. Okay. Well, first things first, let's try to take care of the guy directly in front of me that I've already done some damage to. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do my favorite little cantrip, the tail whip. Attack him with that.
Okay.
24 to hit.
That will hit.
Okay. So, to start off, he takes 5 lightning and 4 fire.
Okay.
From that. And then he is within 5 feet of me, so he takes another 5 lightning from that.
Nice. 14 total.
Then using my Eldritch Knight bullshittery, since I cast a cantrip, I can use a bonus action to make a melee attack with Lightning Flick. Dirty 20 to hit.
A dirty 20 hits.
So that's 12 points of piercing.
Okay.
10 points of lightning.
Nice.
And 3 points of fire.
Very nice.
How's
Good damage.
he looking?
He is looking bloodied. So
Okay.
He's definitely been taking damage from what you've been doing to him, and it's showing.
Okay. So I'm going to action surge.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna straight up double attack with lightning flick.
Attack away.
One of those is nat 20. The other is
Very
26.
nice. Both of those hit, and we are doing standard crits in this game.
That is good to know. Right, just as specification, are we doing roll twice or double your roll?
I prefer roll twice, but we'll do whatever you guys prefer. What's the consensus?
I like roll twice.
I like roll twice as well.
Or click clack
Do
math
roll
rocks.
twice.
Okay, we'll
Yeah.
do roll twice.
We have the dice. Why not use them?
Us
My fault,
dice
exactly.
goblins want to roll all the dice.
Exactly.
Also, Fox, I have an important question for you while he's rolling damage.
Yes, sir.
Sneak attack. Does it replicate the damage of type done, or is it its own damage type?
I always go with replicating the damage type done.
Okay, that's important for me. Thank you.
Okay, so just in case, do you need lightning, fire, piercing damage separated?
Nope.
Okay, so just add this all. Sorry. 39 points of damage overall.
39
On the
points
crit.
of damage. Damn, that's good.
Is he still up?
He is still up.
Okay. So then second attack goes through. $21 points of damage.
21 points of damage. Damn, he's looking real rough, barely holding his form together.
Ooh. Alright, let's see here. I did bonus section. Yeah, that's everything.
Okay, so that will bring us to you, Saria. You are still grappled, but you're also hastened.
Yay! So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to Misty Step out of this bad boy.
Okay.
And he needs to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw on the Juggernaut. That's 5.
5. Okay, so as she kind of whirls and turns into to flame and then smoke as she teleports over here, and he gets 5 fire damage.
Okay.
Okay, so that was my bonus. I'm gonna go ahead and take a hit at this guy with my flaming vine-looking blade.
Which guy is that?
Sorry,
This guy here?
this guy right here. Yeah.
I should have known that. It's the only one in your range, but gotta ask.
Flanking rules?
No flanking.
No flanking. Okay, that's fine.
Flanking OP.
Flanking is dumb and bad.
God, I love this die tonight. That is a 20. Wait for it. 6.
It hits.
Yay. I did not update that. Hold on. There we go. Okay, that's better. Right. So it actually does 1d8 damage instead. Can't remember if it does anything special. Give me a second. Okay, so it ups the damage die and it. Oh shit, I don't know the spell for Flame Tongue.
Flame Tongue adds, it is 2d6 fire damage, I believe, to your weapon's damage. Flame Tongue. Yep, an extra 2d6 fire damage to
2d6.
any damage roll that you make with that one.
Perfect. Okay, I was like, shit, I should have had that pulled up. Okay. Okay, that's decent. That is 10 slashing.
Okay.
And of course, this is magical damage, if that makes any difference.
It certainly does.
And that is 8 fire.
Okay. Decent hit on that guy.
And no, because I missed D7, I can't do my extra attack. So yeah, that is it.
Alright. That brings us back to the corrupted servants. And sorry, Perseus. Again, you're the only one in range of this guy.
That's fine.
He is going to.
However, the one right above me has to start by making his save or taking damage.
Is that this guy here? This guy that's
yeah.
going. Okay.
Because he was under the effect of a deep slice.
Oh, that's right. Yes. What is the save that he?
16.
And it's a con save.
Yeah, con save.
That is a 14 plus 8.
Okay, fair enough.
He is sad for you, happy for him. Probably won't matter because he's almost dead anyway.
That's his problem, not mine.
He will make a slam attack against you, though.
Eat.
Gotta be kidding me. Is this the
The
third or
Giants
fourth
return.
nat 1?
Yes.
Oh,
You can't
jeez.
touch this cat.
Does he
I'm just-
slam his
yeah.
own foot?
I'm gonna stop attacking Perseus because it's clearly not working out for me.
The
No,
hidden,
keep
You ever
doing it.
tried
You're
to
doing
catch a small
fine.
cat?
the hidden,
Much-
You're doing
pa-
fine.
the hidden passive reveals itself.
Much like his two friends that have tried and failed to hit Perseus, he misjudges the height of the tiny cat in the snow and ends up clobbering the guy right across. Hits this guy instead.
Oh no.
And that guy is going to take the damage that otherwise would have gone to Perseus. That guy will take 17 bludgeoning damage
Damn.
and has to make a strength save or be pulled 5 feet closer to the Minotaur guy. So minus that damage. What are these guys' strength? No, he fails the strength save, so he is pulled right there. And if he had a face, it would be one of disgust. But big guy does have another slam attack. He will attempt again against the little cat. And I think he hits with a 26.
Possibly. However, I'm going to use one of my reactions to do Wall of Flashing Steel.
Okay. So if I remember that ability from Zale, it's basically just a big middle finger, right?
Pretty much.
This poor guy.
Problem that he's not smart enough to do something other than what he's doing. You rolled max on that, didn't you?
No, +2.
+2.
So my AC is now 28 until the end of the turn.
Okay.
Damn.
He's gonna attempt to go in for his final attack, a bite attack against you. And even with a wonderful 24 to hit, he still misses. Damn, Perseus. Damn. And this other one up here is still restrained. And that was a strength save on the restraint, right? Strength or dex?
Strength or dex, but it still takes damage.
Yes.
Shit. That is 13 piercing.
13 piercing. That guy's looking real rough, and he hasn't even moved yet. Strength save, though, he gets a 23.
Damn, yeah, he's out.
That will be 10 feet. 20 feet movement.
Yeah, still difficult terrain.
He can get to there. And he does have reach, but he used his action to break free. So that is the end of his turn, and you're up, Perseus.
All
He was
right,
hasted.
Perseus is going to do something absolutely fun. He is going to quickly swap to a weapon he's never used. The duality, which I've had for quite some time. And as the action to go along with that, I am going to summon the silver blue offhand to it. And then use my haste action to make 2 attacks against him. Technically attack, offhand attack, but yes. Oh, great. Does a 16 hit?
That was against the big guy?
Nope. Against this little guy right here.
Then yes, it does hit.
All right.
Remember your haste.
Now with sneak attack, you can choose which attack it gets used on, correct? If I'm reading it right.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe so. As long
Because
as the
there's
other
the-
conditions are met, you can choose which one it hit.
Okay, so the
Activates on.
piercing damage is going to be 9 damage.
9 damage, okay.
And then the offhand attack is going to be a 23 to hit.
That will hit.
I hate and understand why I asked the question. Hit.
I've got an idea already.
So he is going to take 20 psychic damage. Writhing mass might not like psychic damage.
Ooh, actually, Writhing Mass doesn't mind psychic damage too much. Takes some, but he's just too dumb to take the rest.
Oh dear.
Can't stab a brain that's not there.
Pretty much, yeah. But even half of that was still good damage.
It was the thought. It was the
And you do notice that not quite all of that damage has gone through. So safe assumption that at least those
Neat.
ones are resistant to psychic.
Perseus had to science the shit out of something.
Yep.
And that is going to be it.
Okay, did you use your hasted action already?
Duality requires an action to summon its offhand.
That's right. Yes, okay.
So it
Alright.
was a I wonder what happens if.
Gotcha. So that brings us round to the big boy. The big boy, I think, is going to look down at Well, is he gonna look at Forge or is he gonna look at Forge's dog? He's gonna look at Forge. He's going to attempt to grapple you, Forge. So that is athletics or acrobatics versus his athletics.
Can Beauregard impose disadvantage with deflect attack on this?
If that's an ability that Beauregard has.
Beauregard has deflect attack. It says it poses disadvantage on the attack roll of one creature it can see that's within 5 feet of it, provided the attack rolls against a creature other than itself. So could it impose disadvantage?
We're gonna say yes, because doing a grapple does use the attack action, so
Okay.
that will impose disadvantage. And he did roll lower the second time, so the number to beat is 25.
Jesus Christ. 25, huh? And this is strength or dexterity?
Acrobatics or athletics.
Acrobatics or athletics. All right. I'm going to play a risk here. Because I'm going to give myself Flash of Genius.
Okay.
Because the only way I'm getting by this is with a natural 20. I got a 13, so a total of 16.
16. So just like you saw with Saria, his arm comes down on you and the tendrils that make up his hand wrap around your body and tighten. You are grappled by him. And for his second attack, bring around his other arm, grab hold of your right arm, begin to pull, attempting his bifurcate ability. So that is a strength save that you need to beat.
The strength save that I need to beat.
The DC is 18.
Okay, that's better. It's not going to make it, though. I got an 8.
An 8. Okay, you feel the connections in your shoulder. Normally I'd say, flesh and sinew and stuff, but they're made slightly differently. You're made of ironwood, right?
Ironwood and metal.
Ironwood and metal. Okay.
The joints are ironwood.
Yeah. So you hear the metal in your shoulder creaking, and you hear the cracking and popping of wood, like if you were trying to break a twig in half almost. And there is a very alarming kind of jerking motion and pop in your shoulder, as your shoulder is now dislocated, but whatever the Warforged equivalent of dislocated.
I would say
be.
I would assume it's still dislocated because they've got joints, so that's what the whole ironwood is made out of.
So,
all right, so
while it's dislocated, you have basically disadvantage on anything you try and do with that arm.
Mm-hmm. Can I, because this specifically says when I'm hit by a melee attack, is that considered a melee attack?
It is not.
Okay.
It is an ability that uses one of their attacks, but can only be done when grappling.
Gotcha.
And is he gonna try and tear it off the rest of the way? Or is he just gonna slam you onto the ground? I think he's just gonna slam you onto the ground. So having you grappled. That's going to be.
How much damage was the arm pulling?
No damage.
No damage. Okay.
I know it seems like a thing that should do damage, but adding damage to it just felt a little too much.
Okay.
And what is ironwood? Is it metal?
No,
or...
it's like a magically imbued wood.
Yeah, it's a wood that's as strong as steel.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay.
It's pretty much what makes up the skeletal structure of the Warforged.
Yeah. Does a 22 hit you, Forge?
A 22 will barely hit me, even with the haste.
Okay. So that is 23 bludgeoning damage.
23. Gotcha.
As you are lifted up and then slammed onto the ground. And with Forge grappled and in a very precarious situation at the moment, his arm kind of loosely hanging at his side, we are going to finish off this fight next session with Shu at the top of the order.
I got you, Boo. I got you.
Thankfully, my dog has the ability of repair.
Yep.
That too. Just in case. I think I got
Yeah.
you.
We constructs look out for each other.
That's why I was like, shit, is it metal or is it wood? Okay, I think I can do this.
Yep, and as long as it's not ripped off, even something like mending would work
Forge,
on.
Yeah.
Forge is the type of boy to where if his arm was ripped off, he would probably just grab it and use it as a weapon.
Yeah, I can see that. Yep.
I'm really glad that this guy has survived more than a couple of rounds because I had a lot of fun designing him. And it's really sad when you design a neat creature and then they like die in a round and a half.
I'm looking at you, Tuesday group.
You
Hey,
did that to
hey.
yourself.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's a you problem, not a me problem.
So
Yeah.
I know we're a little bit over time. I apologize for that. I knew that was going to be the case when we got into a battle, but I wanted to find a good stopping point rather than just cutting it off. So thank you, everyone, for being a part of and tuning in to part 1 of Sonata 3. Got some really, really exciting things on the way and possibly some interesting revelations. This is not, of course, the only show that we do on this channel. On Mondays, we have our Mass Effect 5e adventure run by the lovely Zorro, where we are... What are we exactly?
The greatest space team ever.
You guys are just a love boat. That's all it is. It's just all you guys do is flirt and do awkward things, and I am here for all of it.
We are Commander Shepard's favorite crew
Yeah,
of the
you
Citadel.
guys are
We
actually
kind of
one
are.
of the more functioning groups, I think.
Yeah, and as far as getting stuff
Look.
done, we do kind of accomplish what we set out.
I
to.
mean,
Yeah.
our group wins the award for fastest decision ever made in a D&D game.
It's true.
This is
we
true.
do.
It's like, okay, here's our options. What do we want to do? Everyone's like,
That one.
that one.
That one.
All right,
Yep.
cool, we're good.
It's like 45-minute wait, 30-second meeting.
Yeah.
We've
This
got
meeting could have been an email.
a whole meeting room on the ship that we've used for all of like 3 seconds.
And that meeting could have easily just been covered in an email, let's be fair.
Yep.
That wasn't even an email. That was like a
A straw
yes/no
poll.
straw
A
poll
straw
via
Straw
Omni
poll.
Tools.
Option one,
Yeah.
two,
Yeah,
three.
straw poll, Slack message.
Yep. And
My
on
favorite-
Tuesdays, we normally would have our Destiny Forged campaign, but that has reached its conclusion. And for the time being, we have the next installment of the Chimera Collective, which is run by Kiara Phoenix, who runs a tight ship. It's a really good, solid story in that series, and I highly encourage anyone that is curious about kind of like Bioshocky, steampunky type settings to tune into those shows because they are fantastic. The first installment of the series can be found on our YouTube channel. And Destiny
Very
Forged,
heavy RP.
yes.
Mhm.
Destiny
good way.
Forged Campaign 3 will be starting up on December 7th. So
Mhm.
keep an eye out for that. I think we're all really excited for it.
Yep.
We also have our alternating Saturday shows, Withered Wastes, a post Arcana Apocalypse adventure that is going to just turn into the party killing each other real quick. That is returning this coming Saturday. We are finally all back together for that. Our calendars have aligned. So keep an eye out for that. On the other Saturdays, we have Wayward Wanderers, which is the Extinction Curse Pathfinder 2E campaign run by the wonderful Azarin, who you see here on this show right now. And finally, we have our Behold Lore talk show, which takes place on the first Saturday of every month. Look forward to that in December. We may be talking about this adventure right now that we're doing, possibly, unless a better topic comes up. We'll see. That is also available in podcast format. You can find the links to all the various platforms that our content is on by going to beholdrp.com. Thank you once again to everyone that tuned in, all the wonderful raids today, and the wonderful players here at the table.
I do have to point out one little fun fact. I know we're technically 2 days off, but I thought it was kind of fun that we pretty much started on a full moon for Sonata, since it's all, moon and lycanthropes and all that thing.
And an eclipse.
Yeah.
Well,
So I'm like, this is kind of cool. It all
That's,
aligned.
that's not accidental.
Yeah, it was, because we were still working schedules.
I put forth the dates that we had to choose from. I made sure one of them would be as close as I could get.
Okay.
I did
that's
that with
cool.
every Sonata. Thankfully, it worked out with the Saturdays on the previous ones, that they were like right there with the full moons.
That's cool.
I'm really sad that I didn't run Sonata starting on Halloween last year, because that was the blue moon of October, which is kind of rare, but then it was also a harvest moon on top of it. So it was like the werewolf day, but it's not November yet. If it's not November, I can't run Sonata. That's just the rules. I don't make them, I follow them. But that will do
them and break them.
That will do it for us here today. Tune in on Saturday, right? Yeah, Saturday for part 2. And we will see you then.
Sure.